Good evening. The City Council meeting agenda. Welcome to the San Dimas City Council meeting. Pursuant to the Governor's executive order stated March 17th, 2020, the City Council is authorized to hold public meetings via teleconferencing and make meetings accessible electronically to all members of the public seeking to observe and to address this legislative body. All Brown Act provisions may be required. The physical presence of the City Council members or the public for the City Council meetings be waived. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The city clerk will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Present.
Councilmember Ebner.
Here.
Councilmember Weber.
Here.
Councilmember Viana.
Here.
Mayor Bedar.
Here.
Record will reflect all council members are in attendance.
And may the record show that Council Member John Ebner is joining us tonight via Zoom. And so we have 4 council members here, and John is on Zoom, and I'm looking at his smiley face now. Thank you. Okay. Presentation, Senior Club Annual Update. I believe that's going to be by Senior Club President Diana Roberts. Is that true?
Ms. Maloof, I believe you're muted. Can you unmute your device?
Is Debbie Malouf going to be representing Diana Roberts?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Does John Lee have to do anything to get her audio?
He's working on it now. John, are we going to be able to fix it?
Ma'am, can you press the spacebar button for us to unmute?
Do we have a home phone for her? John? Chris?
Yes.
For the people at home who are watching this, unfortunately, Ms. Maloof is having some technical difficulty. I think we're trying to make some progress here.
Hello.
Hi there. We're going to be able to just go ahead and listen to your presentation over the phone. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and please begin.
All right. I'm Debbie Maloof, and I am the treasurer for the San Dimas Senior Citizens Club and also the co-chairman for the bingo committee. This is our report of our 2019 club donations. San Dimas High School senior scholarships, we provided 9 for a total of $9,000. Chaparral High School senior scholarships, a total of 5 for $5,500. City of San Dimas utilities and special events, $6,000. San Dimas Christmas extravaganza for snow and cookies, $3,000. Hope Partners Food Pantry, that's the House of Joy Church in San Dimas, $2,064, and then also approximately 156 bags of non-perishable food items that were collected at our Tuesday bingos. San Dimas Heroes, $2,000. VFW San Dimas Laverne, $1,250. Our $1,000 donations start with Music in the Park, Chaparral High School Strike for Success, Meals on Wheels San Dimas Laverne, and Holy Name of Mary St. Vincent de Paul Center. Our $500 San Dimas donations include San Dimas Senior Center monthly dinner sponsor, San Dimas Rodeo, San Dimas Nature Center, San Dimas Historical Society, the Pacific Railroad Museum in San Dimas, and our PTAs for Shull, Extran, Gladstone, and Allen Elementary, each $500. LA County Fire Department, San Dimas Station, LA County Sheriff's Department, San Dimas Station, LA Sheriff Boosters, the San Dimas Station. And then additional $500 donations, David and Margaret Home in Laverne, the March of Dimes, the Salvation Army, the LA Mission, American Cancer Society, East San Gabriel Valley Hospice, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, and Inland Valley Humane Society. Then we have miscellaneous donation, San Dimas Senior Center, the Thursday Bingo, 4 bingo prizes for $393. Our total donations for the year 2019, $42,702. 99% of our fundraising efforts came from the community bingo that was held on Tuesdays at the Plummer Building. I did want to make note, even though we've not been able to obviously do our fundraising and have meetings, etc., we have been able in 2020 to contribute to our city food pantry, $1,600. Our Hope Partners House of Joy food pantry, $1,500. Our Meals on Wheels for San Dimas and Laverne, $1,500. Our San Dimas Senior Commission, $1,000. McKinley Children's Home, $1,000. Celebrate Life Anyway, which is the Samantha Palumbo Foundation, $1,000. Chaparral High School's fundraiser Strike for Success, $500. The City of San Dimas, $500. And 8 $250 scholarships for San Dimas High School students that did have their applications in during the first couple weeks of COVID and met all the qualifications. We interviewed them by phone, and we felt confident in at least giving a small scholarship. So that totaled $2,000. So our expenditures for 2020, our donations, were $10,600. Thank you very much. Is my report.
Thank you, Ms. Maloof. It's actually very remarkable under the last 9 or 10 months, 11 months that we've been involved in this, of how much your organization, the Senior Club, has done and continues to do for this community. When you read those numbers off, it's amazing. And on behalf of the City Council, I'd like to thank you. And on behalf of this community, they know that you guys think about us and our community all the time, and we appreciate it. And I also will tell you that our kids missed the snow and the cookies and things from Christmas. They missed that sled sliding down, and a lot of them have mentioned that how much fun it was, and they hope that we can get back to that this next year.
Well, we certainly look forward to getting back to doing what we do best. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much, please. All right, we'll continue. Oral communications. Members of the audience are invited to address the City Council on any item not on the agenda. Under the provisions of the Brown Act, the legislative body is prohibited from taking or engaging in discussions on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. However, your concerns may be referred to a staff or set up for discussion at a later date. If you desire to address the City Council on any item on this agenda other than the scheduled public hearings items, you may do so at this time or ask to be heard when that agenda item is considered. Comments on public hearing items will be considered when that item is scheduled for discussion. The public comment period is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. I'm being told as of this time we have 3 calls. John, whenever you're ready.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. Am I ready to go?
Yes, go ahead. You may begin.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kamlesh. I'm a resident of the Viawade area, and the purpose of my call today is that I have received a notice from city staff members that I have a idle vehicle in my driveway that they have, because somebody called upon on it they are suggesting me to remove it, and so I hope somebody has the email I sent. I made an appeal, so I hope someone has, one of you member has in writing. I sent it, and so my request is to grant me a permission to keep the vehicle on my driveway until the thing just settle down. Unfortunately, I end up idling it, because if I register it, then I have to pay for insurance, and which unable right now I cannot do it. So I'm requesting that you allow me to keep the vehicle until by summer. Hopefully everything will be settled, and I will just take care of it.
Okay, thank you. Could somebody from the city staff contact this man tomorrow and at least discuss it with him? Or have Jeff Hartung call him?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll do that. We'll get his number from John.
Super. I'm not sure. I saw an email from him, so I'm not sure if he has.
Yeah, I have sent a written 250 word about statement and a picture of that vehicle that I've been asked to remove, and I really don't have a room to move it anywhere else. So I want the council member to consider giving me a respite for a few months.
All right.
Sir, you have that letter, and we can we'll take the information, and staff will take a look at it and call you.
I will appreciate that.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, this is Gary Kinderly. Calling tonight because I'm concerned with the lack of communications by our city council. Many times I've seen people call in at council meetings asking a question and not getting an answer. I understand that you can't address things that aren't on the agenda, But you could bring those items back at the next meeting and answer them at that time. If one person asks a question, I'm sure there are more people that would like to hear the answer. I have personally emailed all of you with questions and concerns of my own. Last month, I sent a lengthy email with several things I addressed, including some concerns I have. I received no response from any of you. Again, I sent another email and got no response. The last and third email I sent, I did receive a response from Councilmember Vienda acknowledging that he received it. I also requested that an item be put on the agenda at a council meeting and never heard a word. What happened to accepting community input and involvement? May I recommend that you start having quarterly hometown meetings so that the community that you represent has a chance to interact with the people that elected you to do the people's work. On another note, I feel our community should know how their money is being spent and or wasted. In December of 2019, our then city manager was being investigated for something he apparently did. That investigation went on for over 4 months, or until he was put on administrative leave on May 8, 2020, almost 2 weeks later, while still receiving his salary and benefits. He reportedly retired and received a severance payout of over $40,000. I'm sure this was something that was negotiated by attorneys. You now have 2 different staff members that are currently on administrative leave, one of them since October 14, 2020, or 105 days ago. The other employee was put on administrative leave 5 days later on October 19th, or 100 days ago. It is my understanding that both of these employees haven't been told why they were put on leave. During the time that they are on leave, they are receiving their full salary and benefits. One of them has received approximately $67,000 in salary and benefits, and the other one around $43,700, for a total between the two of them of $110,700 while they have been on leave. Both of these employees have been praised several times at city council meetings for the great job they are doing. Why are you waiting so long to make a decision on their future employment? I suspect you had some reasons to put them on leave, or did you? Have you found out that there is no grounds for their administrative leave, or are you waiting for the new city manager to fire them? What do you think you are doing for their future employment, their reputation? Maybe you don't care, but I care, and I care about the $110,000 you have spent when you were begging the taxpayers to approve a sales tax increase because the city was in such bad financial condition. I'm glad the taxpayers were smart enough to reject the plea.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes has expired. Thank you very much.
I got permission to go.
Chris, did you?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council, members of the audience. I would like to thank both Councilman John Ebner and Ryan Vienna for taking interest in the idea of a virtual town hall on the new law that was passed by the voters of California, known as the California Privacy Rights Act. This historic measure creates the strongest consumer privacy law in the world for Californians. This puts us on par with the European Union's own law known as the General Data Protection Regulation. This endeavor started with Alistair McTaggart lobbying for consumer data protections and Senate Majority Leader Robert Hertzberg co-authoring the California Consumer Privacy Act of 2018, passed both houses of our state legislature and to the governor's office with his signature. To further protections and teeth to CCPA, Mr. McTaggart with Californians for Consumer Privacy got Proposition 24 on the ballot for the general election for the voters to vote on. There's so much to go over, but I'll keep it simple and highlight the basics. CPRA protects your personal data by empowering you to prevent big business from using or sharing sensitive information about your health, finances, race, ethnicity, and precise location known as geolocation. CPRA safeguards 16-year-olds and younger by tripling fines for violations involving children's information. CPRA puts new limits on companies' collection and use of personal information. CPRA establishes an enforcement arm California Privacy Protection Agency to defend our rights and hold companies accountable and extend enforcement, including imposing penalties for negligence resulting in theft of consumers' emails and passwords. And finally, CPRA makes any attempt to weaken privacy rights by preventing special interests and politicians from undermining the law while allowing the legislature to amend the law to further the goal of strengthening consumer privacy to better protect all Californians, such as opt-in for use of data, further protections for vulnerable minors, and greater power for individuals to hold violators accountable. As much as the campaign and its co-founder wanted consumer protections to be dealt with on a federal level, unfortunately, Congress has failed to act. With this passage of the law and the spirit of Hiram Johnson, our governor of yesteryear, we can break the monopoly and power these big companies hold, even more than our government. There is a saying, as California goes, so does the rest of the nation. We have a proud history of setting the bar, and hopefully states pass their own versions of data protection laws. With a forward-thinking majority in both houses of Congress and a new president, we can see this come to fruition. If members of the audience or council are interested in looking further into CPRA, visit caprivacy.org.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, City Council. My name is Mandy. I'm calling today because I was sad to hear that Sheriff Captain Berg will no longer be with the city following his retirement. He was a great station captain, and while he will be missed, we wish him the best in his retirement. With Captain Berg's retirement, I wanted to inquire and hope that the process for the selection of a new captain could be discussed maybe. I have seen in the news that the California Attorney General is currently has an investigation into the LA County Sheriff's Department, which is unfortunate, but not surprising in the current political climate. With all the public scrutiny under the Attorney General, I was hoping that the city had possibly looked at some best practices for hiring with transparency. I'm sure most have seen the upcoming community call with Sheriff Villanueva. This was a fantastic idea, and I was just wondering if something like this would occur with the hiring of the new captain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yeah, it's Gary Enderly. I know I already spoke, but I was also informed that I would be able to go beyond the 3 minutes by the city manager, so I'd like to finish my previous comments. I don't know where I got it cut off, but basically I was asking
Mayor, this caller has already spoken for 3 minutes, so we need to cut
for these two employees where they're on administrative leave. I know you
to call in multiple
times
times in the same
personal
period.
matters,
And he was
but you can't
advised that he
explain the
has
city's
5 minutes
policy
at
on
the
why
end of
you
the
are
meeting with
giving
the
our money away.
Excuse
to
me, Mr.
employees that
Enderle?
aren't working and
Mr. Enderle?
taking you so
Mr.
long to
Enderle?
address these issues. The amounts I've
Mr.
given
Enderle.
doesn't include the city attorney's fees
Cut it off.
that the taxpayers are paying. I look.
Go ahead and
Mr. Mayor, if I may speak, the caller was advised that under Section 7A of the agenda, he has up to 5 minutes. He was not advised that he has 3.5 minutes at the beginning of the meeting.
And also, Mayor, I'd just like to make clear that it's harsh to cut someone off like that, but there's a reason why we have to do that, and it's because we allow people to call in to get their 3 minutes, and if we allowed everyone to speak more than once, then everyone could call in and get more than 3 minutes, and we would be here for a very long time.
right, and let's make sure we reiterate that at the beginning when we do the admonition for 3 minutes, and make sure we explain, or I will explain, that at 3 minutes they will be cut off, and if they need additional time, there's a 5-minute period afterwards, and we will talk about that a little more under your update. Okay? Because it is pretty harsh to do it that way, and especially since we've always in the past, past practice allowed people to talk, but unfortunately, meetings are going till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and we need to move forward because people want to talk, and we will continue. Okay, next.
No more calls.
Okay. No more calls? Okay. We'll move forward to the consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council requests a separate discussion. I'm being advised by the city staff that they're requesting removal of item 4E, Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee, from the agenda. It will not be considered. Okay?
Is that, it's being pulled from the consent calendar to be discussed separately, or just being pulled from the agenda?
The item is being pulled to reconsider what type of projects we want to seek funding for.
Very good. So it's not going to be considered in this agenda at this time?
Correct.
Period. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to have a little bit of discussion on item 4C.
4C?
Yep.
Okay. Are you going to pull it, or do you want to how to do it? You're going to pull 4C and come back at the end of the consent calendar?
It just needs a little bit of discussion, I think. So either way, we can either discuss it, then vote, or we could.
Okay, since we're moving forward here, let's go ahead and discuss it now, and then we can put it off to, if you got some things you want to talk about, that's fine. Let's do it now, John.
Great. Yeah, the reason I asked to have this just a little bit more information about it was that it involves $34,000, and for a shade structure in Civic Center Park. Brad and I did talk about it over the phone, and so I was wondering if he could just bring us up to speed about what this part of the Civic Center Park improvement project it is, and how much we budgeted for it originally, and how much we have had to add to this particular part, I believe, in 2 different occasions. So if Brad could just kind of speak to that, and I think he could make it a lot clearer than I could.
Brad?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Brad McKinney, Assistant City Manager. The item before you is a request for appropriations and contract award for the lowest responsible bidder for the Civic Center Park workout equipment and shade installation. This is a unique project. The project was originally approved in the fiscal year 1920 budget for $150,000. In January of 2020, the purchase of the equipment and the shade sale were approved by council for $160,000. And then in May of 2020, the required 6-inch concrete slab was incorporated into the larger Civic Center Park sidewalk project for approximately $69,000. The new pad for the equipment was recently finished, which connects the new sidewalk to the ADA approved concrete slab. The item tonight is a request for funding to install the workout equipment and shade structure for a cost of $31,400 plus a 10% contingency. In total, this project costs more than originally presented. Staff's goal is to present projects at the full cost so they can be fully vetted through the budget process. And just so you know, steps are being taken operationally to ensure projects are fully budgeted and budgeted in this manner. So with this staff report, staff recommends authorizing the city manager to award the installation contract to Ordco Incorporated for an approximate amount of $31,400 with a 10% contingency, and appropriate $34,540 and authorize the general fund transfer into the Fund 2022 Open Space District Number 2 with appropriate budget amendments. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
John?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment. First of all, I support allocating the additional $34,000. The reason I brought it up was twofold. One, allocation of that amount, while we're able to do it on a consent calendar, this particular amount is adding to the cost of a particular item, obviously an expensive one. The council budgeted this for $150,000, as Brad said, back in the 2019-2020 budget. So we would have adopted that in June of 2019. And as Brad mentioned, when we got around to discussing the entire Civic Center Park improvement back around May of 2020, we realized we had to add some more money. And as Brad mentioned, we added, well, first of all, instead of 150, it was 160,000. That's not that unusual. But we had to add 69,000. Now we're having to add 34,000. The total cost of this project, which we originally budgeted for 150, is now $260,000. As Brad mentioned, and I wholeheartedly approve and encourage, we need to and we want to discuss and evaluate these projects as a whole. And I don't know what happened here, but it sounds encouraging that we are going to be being more careful and more vigilant, because this kind of an increase in a project, I'm not sure if the council, as nice as it is, and this isn't the sidewalk or the lights or the trees or anything like that. This is just the pad, the equipment, and the shade structure for the exercise equipment. I'm not sure we would have approved it at $260,000. Literally over half of the entire Civic Center Park project, way over half. So in the future, I think we're going to do better. But as I said way back when, we need to take these projects as a whole and evaluate them in the context of other projects that we might be considering to approve for our city. And that's all I had to say. And I appreciate Brad's discussion earlier today and his explanation tonight. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Chris?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Let's see what Chris wants to,
I actually had a comment about this item.
you want now, or?
If I could, really
Go
quick. I guess my question, Brad, is who presented this project originally? What department?
This project was originally in the Parks and Recreation.
And then
CIP
the
project.
follow-up, because I know I inquired, I think, with the city manager about this specific item. Who followed up again when we fell short? Same department?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Chris?
There was a motion on the table. I didn't know if you wanted to get a second first.
I'll second.
Discussion? Chris?
Councilmember Ebner is correct in terms of best practices. First, you want to identify your priorities and identify what kind of projects you want to fund. And when you identify that, go through a planning process to identify the full cost and scope of that project. There are times that scope changes or there are unforeseen conditions. That's what you have contingencies for, of approximately anywhere from 5, 10, or 15%. In this case, this project was led by the Parks and Recreation Department more than a year ago. Our assistant city manager had done a lion's job coming in at the tail end of the project to try to get a project that we've spent a tremendous amount of money completed. And so I commend him for being able to bring it to fruition. However, he was not involved in the planning process and letting the contracts associated with this. That's something we're reviewing internally, because just as Councilmember Ebner indicated, we do not want projects that start off at $1 amount and escalate to 200, 300% what it was predicted, because the council may make a different decision should that number cross a certain threshold. So we appreciate him pointing that out, but I did want to clarify the lion's share of the job of fixing the problem that our assistant city manager did.
You know, I agree with John 100%, and thank you for the clarification. But as we all know, it's not uncommon for us to start a project and then something come up. If you remember Villa Verde Park, a while back, the project started, the equipment was bought, went to work, and then staff then advised that that ADA problems were found, and to complete the project went tremendously over budget because of the ADA issues. So projects do get started, and I think it is our best practice to make sure we have that in our mind. But unfortunately, sometimes a new problem occurs, and the ADA problem ended up costing us considerably amount of money, but we had already purchased the equipment, we had already started the project, and then it was, do we throw the project away? Do we store the equipment for another 5 years? I don't know what the right answer is, but I'm hoping that staff can realize that. And as you all know, we've had projects recently where money has, wasn't allocated, but ended up having to be found because projects got started, and that's it. But I think we're on a new day. I think we're moving forward, and thanks, John, for bringing it up. And then I'll take a vote on, we have a first and a second on the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Yes.
Mayor Bedar.
Yes.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
And Mayor, can I make a follow-up comment, please?
Yes.
I do agree with what Councilmember Ebner brought up and the mayor. I think it's important for staff to know, or at least from my perspective, that a multi-year project is absolutely understandable and acceptable. But I do have to agree that this is a significant number over what the projected cost was. And as the mayor pointed out, contingencies or unforeseen circumstances do occur. But like in this case and in our conversations this week, I'm not going to see equipment just sitting in a yard not being installed because we've got most of it done. And, I just would ask any director or anyone that's going to plan something to bring it forward to council, please have it fully baked. It's not good business to let things sit and then, the community wants these things done, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Public hearings, allocation of 2020 year community development block grants, CDBG funds for fiscal year 2020, 2021. Chris?
So we have our annual allocation of approximately $139,692 for CDBG. I will turn it over to Ann Garcia to present the report.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members and members of the public. I'm Ann Garcia, Senior Administrative Analyst in the Administration Department. This is a public hearing on the allocated funds through the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program. Each participating city in the county receives funding based upon the number of cities participating in the county's program. In preparation for the 2021-22 program year, activities must address at least one of the national objectives of the CDBG program, which include benefiting low and moderate income persons, aid in preventing neighborhood decline, and meeting a particular urgent community need. To give you an update on our program fiscal year 2020-2021, for housing rehab, we have 19 open projects in various stages. 2 projects are completed, 4 in construction, 6 in pre-bid, 7 being evaluated for eligibility, and 23 on our wait list. In order to keep everyone safe during the COVID pandemic, we had to limit our awarded projects to external residential projects, such as roofs, water, heaters, and windows. We are well on our way to meeting our goal of 10 projects for this program year. Projects that don't get awarded this program year will potentially get rolled over to the next year. The other project that's funded with the CDBG funds is the Youth Scholarship Program that is administered through our Parks and Rec Department. For the 2020-21, our goal is to help at least 50 youths with program and activity fees. Currently, we have awarded 12 participants under this program. In this current CDBG program year 2020-21, we created a new program to assist our local small businesses, the San Dimas Small Business Grant Program, which consisted of 2 projects, the Micro Enterprise and the Special Economic Development Project. We implemented this program on December 10th, 2020, and as of today, we've received 19 applications, 10 under the Micro Enterprise and 5 under the Special Economic Development. 4 of the applications received had been disqualified for either being multinational or home-based businesses. Of the 10 micro enterprise applications, there are 3 in review, 3 awaiting agreements, and 4 have received their checks. Of the 5 special economic development applications, all 5 were approved and check requests have been requested. Our allocation for fiscal year 2021-22 is still a draft number, and final allocation amounts would be announced later in March or April of this year. We were advised to use the figures that we provided you on the staff report of the allocation of $139,692. The projects that we're proposing for the CDBG program year 21-22 is the housing rehab program and either the youth scholarship program and or the small business grant program. We need to keep in mind that we're not allowed to go over a 20% cap for public service projects, and the youth scholarship and the small business grant program are considered a public service project. These programs will help to maintain the city's affordable housing supply and provide supportive services for targeted low-income groups, the elderly, and other special need groups. These programs will assist eligible households with a high cost of repairing their homes, assist families with covering the cost for activities and programs, and it can also help provide support to our small businesses. Our recommendation is to approve the projects that are discussed and decided on at this meeting, pass the resolution and authorize the city manager or his designee to execute all documents necessary to further the projects approved, including but not limited to amendments and modifications. This includes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is some of this money left over from last year?
Yes, there was $100,000 that was rolled over from last year when we had to pause the program, and that's the $100,000 that was put to create the small business grant program.
Okay, thank you.
And the 20% cap was waived because of COVID for that allocation.
Any further questions? And excellent report. Thank you very much. And for the
Thank you.
community that's receiving these funds, I've received several phone calls from them with real appreciations to the city for your hard work. They recognize that this is a struggle and a part of your job, but they also realize that you put a lot of life and a lot of heart into it to make sure they get done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for representing us the way you do.
Thank you, Emmett. Appreciate it.
Sure. You know, at this point, this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone who would wish to give us a call, the phone number's on the screen. And John, let us know when you have some calls, if you have some calls. Okay. All right. No calls. All right. I will bring it back to the council. Public hearing is closed. Okay. Council, opportunity to speak.
Well, after you read the title, I would move that we approve Resolution 2021-07.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, would you read the resolution by title?
Resolution 2021-07, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, California, County of Los Angeles, authorizing the allocation of the 2021 year Community Development Block Grant funds for fiscal year 2021 through 22.
Wait for the reading.
Move approval and waive further reading.
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Yes.
Councilmember Vienna,
Yes.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance approving Municipal Code Section 20-20006, amending Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic to add Chapter 10.25 Preferential Parking Program, which would allow city to issue parking permits to residents and merchants, exempting them from a specified parking restriction. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I turn it over to Ms. Sherry Garwick, our Director of Public Works, I wanted to make some introductory comments. A preferential parking program is intended to allow us a mitigation measure to deal with traffic impacts that impact residences and the ability for those residents to park in their residential area. What we're bringing forward to you in this item, and then in under 6A of other business, the actual policy pertaining to the preferential parking program, is intended to be a program that also has a cost associated to be able to recover some of the cost of the program, albeit not all of the cost of the program, to establish and implement that program. Because that program has a cost, that does not mean that the council does not have the ability, as it's considering different neighborhoods, to decide that there is a reason and rationale to have some level of subsidy or a full subsidy to eliminate any of those fees on residents that may live within those residential parking districts. It may be that we created a situation in a neighborhood, did something that created the impact, and the council may feel there's a public interest to ensure that those residents have access to parking permits at no cost. What we're discussing today is not implementing that program in any specific neighborhood at this point, but establishing that program and the policy so that there is an established, consistent way for residents to apply for and obtain status of a preferential parking. And then from there, the council could decide if they decide to waive or reduce any fees that are established per this program. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Garwick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Sherry Garwick, Director of Public Works. Before you tonight is a public hearing for the Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-0006, which would amend Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic of the Municipal Code by adding Chapter 10.25 Preferential Parking Program. This chapter would allow the city to issue permits to residents and merchants, exempting them from specified parking restrictions. If council approves, this would be the first reading and introduction of Ordinance 1283. As a background, several San Dimas residents have expressed frustration with parking problems on the streets of their neighborhoods. These complaints primarily relate to a lack of parking availability for residents, as well as littering and other illegal activity by non-resident motorists. While the types of complaints are consistent, the hours and days of greatest impact vary from neighborhood to neighborhood. For instance, some neighborhoods are impacted only on Sundays. Other impacts are only on school days. And some neighborhoods are impacted 7 days a week from dawn till dusk. So in order to provide flexibility to meet the different needs of individual neighborhoods, the proposed municipal code text amendments provides the broad legal framework to allow the city to permit exemptions to parking restrictions. The code refers to a council policy for implementation of the preferential parking. The policy will provide the specific details pertaining to the application and creation of individual preferential parking districts, including enforcement. A draft of this preferential parking policy is being presented for council review in conjunction with this evening's proposed code amendment. This is in the next item on the agenda. At the September 22nd meeting, council suggested to use a word other than preferential in the naming of the code and policy. California Vehicle Code Section 22507, which allows cities to issue permits exempting residents and businesses from parking restrictions, does refer to the exemption process as preferential parking. However, it is within council's purview to adopt a different name. Some suggestions would be permit parking, special parking, controlled parking, restricted parking, or other name that council desires. Staff would revise the proposed text amendment with the name council selects. Another item of concern is the fiscal impact of implementing and enforcing the preferential parking program. While there are costs associated with implementation of preferential parking, the code amendment provides the legal framework for the preferential parking permits. As written, the code refers to the preferential parking policy for implementation details, including fee structure. Staff proposes that the fee impact be addressed in the preferential parking policy, which is, again, the next item on the agenda. Staff recommends that council open the public hearing to review public comment on Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-0006. After public comment, staff recommends that council approve Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-0006 and read by title and introduce Ordinance 1283. This would allow adoption of the code at the next meeting and the code to be active 30 days after adoption. This concludes my presentation, pending any questions from council.
Questions? Questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open it up. Anyone wishing to talk to the council concerning this matter, please call.
We have one caller.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Dan Gunn, Benwood and Dane Croft behind the high school. I've read the text amendment and I have some questions and some clarification that I'm looking for. Under the section 1025, you talk about contractors and city vehicles not needing a parking permit of some kind. Does that include my gardener, my pool guy, anybody who's coming to work on my house? Or is that only going to be a commercial vehicle that's labeled as such, or a city vehicle that's labeled as such? Just looking for clarification. Are we going to need permits for contractors and for other people coming to work on our house on a regular basis? Also, the $25,000 fee that you mentioned in there for the cost. Obviously, some of that's going to be offset by enforcement. And I know I've mentioned it previously when we've talked about this. I've not heard or seen anything in any of the emails with Sherry, who's done a great job of communicating, by the way. Anything about maybe going to a third-party parking enforcement that would cost the city nothing, but still giving us some income based on a percentage of the tickets that are enforced. So I'm wondering if we talked about that. And then the arbitrary 2 permits and 3 guest permits. I'm looking for clarification on what exactly is a guest permit. Is it good for 30 days? Is it good for 60 days, 90 days? Is it good forever? How long is a guest permit good for? Is that any different than what we get now for just a straight overnight permit? And then just the fees, which I think we're covered ahead. the $30 fee every year, I think, is a bit excessive when the neighborhoods aren't the one causing the issue. The issue in my case, obviously, is the school. The issue in other cases is the church. It's the trail. It's a business. Obviously, it's going to be the Gold Line at some point. Why should we be saddled with the fees to offset their problem? Why are we paying to park in our neighborhood when they get to park here for free now? So that's all I have. Hopefully we can discuss this further or get some clarification. I thank you guys for your time. You've been wonderful through this whole process. Thank you.
Okay, we'll address those things at the end of the public comments. Sherry, could you be prepared to address those?
Yes.
Thank you.
2 callers.
Okay, next caller.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
My name is Cynthia Williams, Old Town Antiques, 125 West Bonita. I apologize. I tried to get through during the public hearing for the grants, but all I got was a busy signal. And I really wanted to add to the compliments that people have given Ann Garcia. She went out of her way, above and beyond, to make sure that us as a business were able to fill the application out, and personally took care of certainly me when I needed help. So I just wanted to let you all know what an amazing job she's doing, and we're basically very lucky to have her, and I'd like to thank you for the program.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. I was actually calling about the ordinance approving the new code for parking enforcement. First off, I want to start off by thanking the city staff for taking residents' concerns that have been reported, I'm sure, over an extensive amount of time, and trying to work out a situation that would work best for the whole city. I know that's quite difficult. We have some, rather different sections of the city that, really do require different, ways to do the parking. I just wanted to raise a little bit of a question, I guess, not necessarily a concern, but a question in regards to having more than one kind of parking enforcement, because I know during the meeting it was brought up that sorry, my kids are in the back. It was brought up about the different areas would need different things, like on school days, no parking, on Sunday, no parking, or limited parking, or whatnot. Is the fee that was being suggested going to cover all the signage and making sure there is ample signage that's easy to see? We have a lot of trees, so we have to make sure people aren't having to walk down the block to see one single sign, not knowing there was a shift. Thinking that in this part of town they didn't have the parking issue, but now they've driven, to go visit a friend, now they cannot park there on such and such day. So my concern is making sure there's ample signage to, enforce and notify people that they are entering a different zone with different parking requirements. And I think that's it. I just wanted to bring that up. Again, I'm not necessarily for or against. I know there are actual legitimate concerns over parking in our city. So I'm happy to see this brought up and discussed. So thank you so much, and have a great night, you guys.
Thank you. Sherry, could you address a couple of those concerns?
Yes, I believe the first concern was about what vehicles would be exempt. So Section 1025.040 allows exemption of city or local, state, and federal government vehicles and public utility vehicles and other service vehicles when an official business or performing a private service. So that should exempt a gardener vehicle, or a contractor's vehicle is working on a house.
In terms of enforcement, how do we deal with that? So if I know many gardeners are just in a pickup truck with their equipment. So if they were to get cited, would they just appeal it and produce evidence that they were performing a service?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
How long does that appeal process take? Because, a guy that's a gardener, he's working on a schedule of getting his things done. So I just don't know how this is actually going to work. I can see every gardener in town appealing it. So I just don't know. I'd like to see a better way to do it.
Better way to do it?
Then, if you're going through the appeal process, would the appeal process come to you, or would it go to Jeff Hartong, or would it go to a third party?
The intent at this point is it would go through Jeff Hartong. It would be the same process that they appeal the overnight parking permits.
Presumptively, if my experience on the business side, if they're performing business in the community, they should have a business license. So could we attach the issuance of a permit to their business license if they're like a gardener, for example?
We could.
We'll consider something like that, maybe?
Yeah, we could ensure that any business that applies for a permit would need to have a business license, but generally the businesses would not be applying for a permit because they would be exempt if they're parking on the street for their business.
Well, right, but I'm saying if they applied for a business license here, then we could, if they had a vehicle, they could submit their vehicle, and if we had a database, or I don't know how you intended to do it, but if whatever tools we used, then we could record whatever vehicles they're using to conduct business in the community.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. First, we have to take the first layer where a service vehicle that is properly marked would be obvious that it's conducting a service. A pool guy, a sign, Joe's Landscaping with the equipment there, and they're in the neighborhood. The next layer is a service vehicle that isn't labeled, but based on the activity that's occurring, clearly delineates it's a service. And then the third layer is it's parked there and it looks like it's a work truck potentially. It's not labeled, no evidence of any service being done around. There's a level of discretion that we should be asking our parking enforcement officials when they're engaging in that. And let's say that third layer, we do tag that vehicle. The expectation would be, the onus would be on that driver to indicate that they are a service vehicle and performing a service. Well, if you're in the city of San Dimas and conducting commercial business, you're required to have a business license. And if business license attaches to an address, and that individual's vehicle is registered to potentially a business or a home address. So should those come back not in that neighborhood, the presumption is that they're potentially doing service. Should that person be ticketed in front of 123 Main Street, it should be easy to get the resident of 123 Main Street to say, this is my gardener, here's a note that says he was providing a service, and through the appeal process easily distinguish that. And so I'd rather advise and educate our enforcement officials as to kind of the discretion aspect of enforcement and offer an easy way for a resident or a business owner to be able to appeal it should, in the rare case they get cited, be able to distinguish that.
I like that. That would be a conversation then I would hope that is had with however we choose to contract or hire or have on staff for enforcement. I've seen in my experience people on the enforcement side that like to tag and run. And, I think that is probably, it's unfortunate if that is what happens, because exactly what you're discussing about solving it at that point with our resident, that's when that needs to happen. So I would hope, however we develop that posturing in terms of enforcement is done in that way so it can be solved at the lowest level possible.
In the actual policy that you'll be reviewing in the next item, there's a line item there that authorizes the Director of Public Works to implement any other such procedures that are in line with the policy and the ordinance, we can work on putting something that makes it easy, and maybe residents advising any of their folks to, keep their business license on their dashboard, or do something that makes it very obvious. And so we can figure out a way to do that simply.
I guess I'm a tad confused. Because we're talking about a preferential parking permit. That's areas that we've identified as problems because community has said they're problems. This is not telling our staff to start driving up and down the street and stopping every gardener in every street in the community. Is that what we're talking about? Because, I just see a mass problem of our parking checkers, like Ryan said, tag and run or whatever. I believe we were only talking about areas that we've identified that are problems, and that doesn't mean all of Villa Verde, that doesn't mean all of Tiburon or all of the downtown area. Because I want to make sure, because I'll tell you right now, I will not vote for this if this is open game for everyone.
I think the way I understand it, what Mr. Daniel was bringing up, which is what I was trying to sort out a little bit, is that he's concerned about if his pool guys that parked outside of his place and we implement in that specific area, as we've been talking about. I think that's what we're talking about. If we're all on the same page, is that right?
Yes, and the application for a preferential permit process has a quite high threshold. You must also demonstrate that there's no other mitigation. For example, just because I store things in my garage and I can't put my cars there and everybody in the neighborhood's doing that doesn't mean now we get a preferential parking permit. So no, we should not have large swaths of the city that are subject to a preferential parking. The issue becomes the limited neighborhoods that are designated preferential parking, the ones near a trailhead or the individual who's indicating the problems with the high school. It's a small number of homes. The concern is I may live there and have a permit that I could put on my car, but what happens when Joe, my gardener, shows up for an hour every Friday? I don't want him getting tagged because he happens to be there. Do I need to get him a permit, or is it okay for him to park there? The exemption is you're a service vehicle. The concern really is, can I identify that as a service vehicle when I'm the enforcer going into the neighborhood? And I think in probably 2/3 of the cases, it's very obvious that's a service vehicle. In the third of the cases that it's not, what do we do? And that's the question that we can deal with internally as staff in the policy to ensure, can we put something into place that really limits the likelihood that we'll tag a landscaper or a service vehicle, and that in the off chance we do, that there's an easy way to distinguish that.
I just think we need to be sensitive to I hear the 2/3, but it's the 1/3, just given the fact that the pandemic's cost a lot of people their jobs. I think there's people that are, doing handyman work in a car, just sole proprietor on their own, trying to make something happen, that are not going to be in marked commercial vehicles, so I don't want to exclude that group from being able to do what they're doing.
I would imagine if the enforcement officer saw that it was a gardener, that he would not give a ticket out in a situation like that. I mean, I'm sure they use common sense.
But a plumber in a white unmarked van would be a little bit more, you'd have to do a little inquiry.
I think maybe even the obvious example that may not be so obvious as you look at it from afar might be a house cleaner. I mean, most house cleaners are just driving an unmarked regular sedan, and without peeking in the windows or something like that to see cleaning supplies, it wouldn't be so glaringly obvious. But I do like Chris's suggestion that, perhaps just a note from the person who's receiving the service saying, yes, this is my gardener, or yes, this is my house cleaner, and then they bring it in for the appeals process. And that was my main concern with the appeals process when we brought this up last time, was that we try to streamline that, and it sounds like that's an internal thing, which is really, really good. Doing an appeals process through the citation processing companies can be very onerous. So if it was just a quick, get your the person receiving the service to write a note saying, yes, this is indeed my house cleaner, they bring it down to the city hall, I think that would certainly address the small number of cases where a ticket would be erroneously written.
I think we understand the concern, and we will discuss it internally if there's a different way to do it, whether that's a service permit that's free that a resident could give to a licensed, a business licensed business. Let us discuss it internally to make sure we strengthen that. But we also do have the ability to change the policy and ensure that if we run across a problem, the goal is not to go after every car that's moving and start tagging and bagging. The goal is we're trying to help residents be able to park in their neighborhoods and enjoy their homes.
Yeah, we can't make this a daunting task because, these people are out working, people that have these people come to their house, and the next thing you know, they got a ticket. Next thing you know, we go from a ticket to an impound, and pretty soon it'll be just mass problems. And I understand and I respect the fact that we're trying to handle, at least 2 situations, and I'm quite sure there are more. The school issue of parking and the neighborhood right around the trailhead. As we know, there's 2 or 3 or 4 blocks in Villa Verde that are, up until we put the temporary no parking signs out there for, except for residents, those people were every night, every day, all day long, people were actually blocking people's driveways. And so we're trying to do something to do that, but it's not one of those things where I need a parking pass in front of my house, okay? So I'm going to give you a parking pass. There's still parking restrictions and parking processes to be done in the community, but I also don't want to make it for the guy that's just trying to cut the lawn for the neighbor doesn't work. So.
No, we understand that, and we also have to consider, right now, while we're considering 1 or 2 potential neighborhoods, with the gold line, we're really looking at, with a parking management plan, an entire swath of the downtown that we really would have to evaluate and consider what mitigations we put in place. So we're really this is a starting point for those type of measures to protect all our residents for where they can park and the impacts.
Okay, are we still under the
moratorium?
Not enforcing the parking restrictions because of COVID?
Yes.
So.
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the text amendment, the ordinance, that, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong or explain, that provides a framework to do these kinds of programs. Does it also include any details like what the percentage of the residents needs to be to have something entertained, or the fee structure? Or are those things that would be adopted on a policy by policy level under the framework of this ordinance, which allows that kind of thing to happen?
That the second is the intent is to develop a policy that council approves, that it would address the application process, the creation process, the fee schedule, and any of the other detailed items. This is the municipal code text amendment is just it's more the broad framework allowing the city to issue the permit that accepts them.
Great. That's a great way of doing it. So thank you. And of course, I share the concerns that have been expressed about, a house cleaner or somebody else. I guess if you have permits, like extra permits sort of on your counter, on your shelf or something, and you give that to people who come by to do work, that can partly work in that situation. But yeah, we don't want to make it difficult on people to have just everyday services going on in their houses. But yeah, I think this is a good start.
I think it has to be remembered that the city just has to go in there and do this program. It has to be a vote of the residents, right? So the residents would be well aware of what the problems are, and I think you said 67% would have to agree to it?
That is correct.
And
that
they would
is
have
proposed.
to be well aware of what the problems are, and maybe that discussion will take place, and they will decide whether they want to go through the hassle, because this would be a hassle to some point. But from the residents near Loma Vista, they certainly want a program like this. It seems like what I've heard.
Yeah, and I believe that same thing goes true with over by the high school. They want a
Right.
program. And do we handle the voting of that? Do we send them letters, or do we go out and canvass the place? Because as I understand, the last program at the high school, over by the high school, if people didn't return their ballot or their questionnaire, it was automatically a no. Okay, so pretty soon, 2/3, they didn't get to 2/3, they were short. So, but other people said, well, I didn't think anything about it, so I didn't return my vote. I want to make sure that we're canvassing that area where we're getting ready to do this program. And
That is correct. That is the intent, to canvass the program. That would be discussed in the policy that's coming after the municipal code text amendment is the way we propose to do it. So if council decides to make it 50% of the neighborhood, that's something that you can address the policy within the policy and not impact the municipal code text amendment. And on another note, and actually you guys have touched on it, but also Mr. Daniels brought it on the 5 permits that he was asking about. The intent is to provide some language that allows us some flexibility to adopt different programs, okay? So eventually, the idea is we'll be going to a license plate reader so that residents don't have to remember to put their parking permit in the car that they're parking on the street. It'll be automatic reading of the license plate, and that would be intended for the 2 permits that are issued to the residents. The guest permits would be something like a placard that they could give to if they have somebody's going to be there all day that's working on the house, that's in a sedan that doesn't look like a construction worker. They could give that person the placard, and they could hang that in their car, and they would be exempt, or that would be the permit that they would need. So the intent between the 5 permits is to have 2 issued to the resident, which if we're doing placards, it really doesn't matter. So you'd have 5 placards given to your property, and you could do with them as you wanted. You could hang it in your contractor's door or window, or put it on your vehicle. When that really becomes an issue is when we go to a license plate reader. Then we would have 2 vehicles assigned in the permit program so that we could read their license plate. Those would be exempt. And then the homeowner would have 3 guest permits that he could give to an unassigned vehicle.
And when do you expect us to go to license plate readers? We've been talking about this for just the overall city, for the
Yes.
camera system and all this stuff. So we're going to have a specific car that checks those preferential places?
No, this would be in the future. That's something that's coming in the future. We don't have that in play yet, and I don't have a date for you, but the intent would be, you have your cell phone as you're an enforcement officer, you have a cell phone, you download an app, and the app would read whether or not the license plate has been issued a permit.
Thank you.
It's one of those things where you're going to make a comment and you're going to get beat up about it. But, thinking a little bit differently for council and for the city, if you did link the issuance of permits to business licenses, it is no secret there seems to be a lot of work that gets done over the weekend around here. And, if you link those to business permits, I think you might be able to do some better enforcement or identify where there may be code enforcement related issues related to permitted work. And so, as you work through your process, because I don't think, I'm just talking bigger picture, when you get to the point where we have preferential parking districts as well as downtown area and further, I think you're going to see more and more of these issues kind of snafus coming up. So I think there is a benefit. And if you do go to ALPR license plate readers, a lot of the, whether we purchase them in the city or whether, we contract out, that is available to sync often with software that will just, the parking enforcement person just drives down, doesn't have to get out of their car, and it just identifies vehicles that are not in the database. Therefore, we are more efficient not having to get out of the car, stop, maybe on vehicles that are permitted. I also think I like the idea that homeowners may be able to have additional permits because if somebody wants to work on everything comes to mind. The guy who brings his boat, and we hear about this all the time. They bring the boat, they come back from the river, they've got 2 jet skis, a car, and a classic car. They move something out onto the street. Yeah. Those are going to be real situations in some of these areas that are going to come up that I just hope we're thinking about these before they become issues so that they're addressed and we have meaningful instructions for people. Okay. Thank you.
I somewhat believe that we're, at least for me, that we're confusing both of these items. The idea here was a preferential pass to prevent problems, such problems at the high school, problems over in Villa Verde for the people that are coming to the trailhead. Now we're talking about boats. We have ordinances, we already have rules, parking rules, that says you can't leave the boat out there unless you get a parking permit for, extra vehicles, motorhomes, and all this stuff. I think we're mixing them all together, at least in my mind.
If I may clarify a little bit, because we're going way into details that are really the next item, not the item that's at hand. The item before you right now is the concept of preferential parking. Do we want it? And the minimum framework surrounding that, which is the exemptions, a little bit of the process, is what was articulated. The specifics of how we actually implement that, the enforcement, the questions that the callers have been calling to, all go to the policy, which is something we can easily amend and change and not have to go through the ordinance process and the reading of the title and the second reading. And so I think the real question before you is, do we want a preferential parking program? Do we want the exceptions that are listed there, which I believe the answer is yes, but the question is, how do you implement that so you're not capturing too many people that you shouldn't be capturing? And do you want the basics of ensuring that somebody can't take a parking permit and give it to somebody else or sell it to a non-resident to gain access to the parking in an area for which you're trying to reduce the impacts? And so I have not heard anything the council say that says, no, we're not supportive of that. And so what I may recommend, unless there's something specific about the ordinance, you may want to consider the ordinance formally. Then we can move into the policy and look through the document itself and identify if there's something in there that you believe this doesn't speak enough to our concerns, or we'd like staff to take a look at certain sections, or could you change it this way versus that way? That's my recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
I'd move we read by title and introduce 1283, approving the municipal code text amendment 20-006, amending Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic by adding Chapter 10.25 Preferential Parking Program. That's the first item.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, would you read the roll?
Read the title first.
Yeah, could you
read it by title? I'm sorry.
Ordinance 1283, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Dimas, County of Los Angeles, California, adopting Municipal Code Text Amendment 20-0006 to amend Chapter 10.25 Preferential Parking Program of the San Dimas Municipal Code.
Move, waive further reading, and adopt.
Second. I think it's an introduce, isn't it?
Introduce, yes. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone.
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner.
Aye.
Councilmember Weber.
Aye.
Councilmember Viana.
Aye.
Mayor Badar.
I have a question for the city attorney. If I vote yes on this, that means that if I'm not comfortable with it, the end result, I can bring this back because I'm on the affirmative side? Or is this something that I cannot bring back?
If you vote yes, you'll be on the winning side, so that means you can make a motion to reconsider it. But I would also say that the council can bring this back to amend the ordinance at any time as well.
Yes.
Vote carries by 5-0 vote. I'm sorry, motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, item 6A, presentation and review of draft preferential parking program policy. Chris?
Yes, I think the tenor of the discussion surrounds the details of the implementation. Your action on the last item is just the first reading. You can completely reject the actual implementation of that, or dramatically change the ordinance and then go through the process again. I think what's important to recognize in this policy, it's a council-approved policy, but that allows the department, the Public Works Director, to make any other additions that's not in line with the ordinance and the policy. So if what you codify here is what you want to convey to staff, staff cannot change any parts of that would be inconsistent. The only piece that could change independent of this policy are the fees through the normal fee resolution process that the council has. So while we have a full policy, if you change the fees, we didn't want to have, for this type of fee, first you have to change the resolution, and now we have to bring back a policy and do two separate actions, where on other fees there's just one. And so I would recommend to ask the Public Works Director to present the policy and also address some of the questions that were answer some of the questions that were posed by speakers on the last item, and then we can go through the policy at your leisure to answer any questions you may have.
So is this going to be, we're going to open this for public comment at some point? Okay. Sherry, please.
Okay. As mentioned earlier, the item for your consideration is the preferential parking policy. For those that have just joined the meeting at home, Council reviewed a proposed municipal code text amendment that would provide the legal framework for the city to permit exemptions from certain parking prohibitions, or to allow the preferential parking program. So for simplicity and flexibility, the code amendment defers to the council policy, which we're being discussed now, to establish specific program details, such as the application process, the number of permits authorized, the parking district limits, the fees, and potential fines. Staff examined nearby cities that already have permit parking programs and prepared a draft policy for council review. There are several areas staff would like to bring to council's attention for your input. The draft policy's application process is modeled after several cities in the region, as well as San Dimas's speed hump installation policy. Most of the cities polled required approval by the property owners who lived in the proposed parking district. Some cities required simple majority, others required 75% approval. San Dimas policy proposes 67%, which is consistent with the city's speed hump installation policy. The proposed application only allows one vote per property. Properties who don't sign are counted as votes against the application. As a preferential parking significantly impacts a neighborhood, unsightly signs must be installed, and residents must display their parking permits during the restricted times, even on the street in front of their own homes. The draft policy requires that 2/3 of the property owners support the invasive changes, leaving 1/3 that potentially may not support it. So typically in the installation, the speed hump installation process, the applicant who wants the parking or the installation runs the application or the flyer through the neighborhood and gets the signatures. That's been the case with installation of speed humps, and it's been on several other cities' preferential parking program. So another alternative is you can have the city mail out a survey to see if the neighbors want the preferential parking district. That's another option. Another item for review is the review process. The draft policy requires review by the Traffic Safety Committee. This allows the city to explore other less invasive options to mitigate parking concerns. The Traffic Safety Committee also recommends the boundaries of the preferential parking district. This prevents the parking problem from being pushed simply to the next block. Okay. Another item for consideration is the renewal timeframe. The preferential parking district permits are suggested to be renewed annually in the submitted policy. The idea was to keep it similar to overnight parking permits. Renewal is proposed for July 1st to accommodate staff time. Another option is to make the district renew biannually, which would potentially save administration costs for the program. Another item to address and that has been mentioned is the fiscal impact and fees. Another significant impact of the preferential parking program is the fiscal impact to the city and potentially to residents. An additional part-time code enforcement officer will be needed to enforce the preferential parking restrictions. To provide enforcement potentially on the weekends as well as during the week, the cost of a part-time enforcement is estimated to be approximately $25,000 per year. There are also additional implementation costs, such as material costs for signs and hanging tags, and personnel costs for management of the permit issuance. While parking citations can help offset the cost of the program, staff recommends that council consider charging a fee for the issuance of the preferential parking permit. Charging for permits would also provide incentive to reduce the number of replacement permits. The table in the report provides the estimated costs of street signs, permit issuance, and enforcement for several locations in the city that have experienced impacts from the non-resident parking. The estimated cost to the city from implementing the preferential permit parking program would range from approximately $30,000 to $45,000 per year. If the city charged a $30 preferential parking permit fee, the city could recoup up to about a third of these costs. The draft policy recommends a $30 annual permit fee, which would include the 5 permits. That could be changed to biannually, so $30 every 2 years. So the amount of the fee and the number of permits are suggested for council consideration. Staff also recommends charging for replacement permits to help prevent potential abuse of the preferential parking program. So Mr. Daniels in his comments mentioned the $25,000 cost and maybe outsourcing to a different agency, and that's something that we can pursue. When you outsource to a third party, tend to lose some of the flexibility for waiving permits or waiving fines. So that's another consideration. Also, council mentioned that they may wish to change the name of the program. Staff offers a few options for consideration, which would be the permit parking, special parking, controlled parking, restricted parking, preferred parking, limited parking, or select parking. But if we do change the name of the program or the policy, in the policy we'd have to change it in the reference in the municipal code. Staff recommends that council review the draft policy and provide direction for staff to bring back the policy for council approval. This concludes my presentation, pending any questions by council.
I do have a couple questions when the time comes.
John, it's your time.
Yeah, 2 questions off the top of my head. So if you have a preferential parking permit, that does not include an overnight permit automatically, I'm assuming. So a person would, if they wanted to have an overnight parking permit, like a permanent one, they would have 2 different parking permits, correct?
That is correct.
And are these going to be, I think the overnight, the annual ones, they're like stickers they can put on their window. how about this? Is it going to be a card or a sticker, or do they get a choice, or how does that work?
What we're thinking of it for the beginning is a placard. That way they can move the placard from vehicle to vehicle, because they may have guests that come over, so they can provide the placard for the guest. We can look at stickers for the two vehicles that are for the resident and not the guest placards, but if that is the option the council wants, we can do that.
Yeah, either way is fine. The thing about a sticker is it's on your car, and you don't have an item you have to put someplace. You know, I don't know if people would want to have a placard just sitting on their dash as they drive around or go on vacation or whatever.
All right. Anyone else? All right, we'll open this up for public comments. If you wish to address this item, please give us a call.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of curiosity, I have the stream up also, and it's just now finally getting to you asking for comments. So it does take a while. So I appreciate your taking the time to wait for them to call in.
Thank you, John.
We have one caller.
Please.
Thank you for calling. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi. So I just wanted to bring up the idea because I know it was discussed about like handymen or, the landscapers that come out. But I think something that's not being considered, because I know Mr. Vienna said, oh, let's, attach these permits to their business licenses. But at least I know here in Old Town, a lot of the landscapers and handymen are not even necessarily local to LA County. Sometimes, we're right on the border. Some of them are over in Orange County or whatnot. So I'm not sure if they're required to have a business license to service homes outside of the county. I'd have to look that up. I honestly am not sure. So that's something to consider. But also, as a parent, I don't believe I live in an area that would be affected by this. So again, I really don't have a dog in the fight. But as a parent of two children, and I know we're still in COVID time, so it's a little bit different right now. But I know, pre-COVID, if I had a babysitter come over, and let's say I live in an area that has, no parking, or it's special parking on Sunday because of a local church that is always flooding the area or whatnot, or I live close to the Gold Line, so maybe it's the whole week. If I have a sitter come over, and they come over obviously in whatever car they're in, and let's say I just don't have parking in my driveway for them, so they park on the street, which is what I would do right now. Again, I would ask the council and staff to please consider and, kind of keep up with the, guest placard. I know that in the presentation this was brought up, and it does seem like that's still in there. But I do think it's not just like guests that come to visit our house. It's also if we have a babysitter come over. Some people have speech therapists that actually come to their house for their special needs children. And, all of these people are going to come in regular cars that are not marked because it's their personal vehicle. And if they are getting ticketed, this is going to make it very difficult for us as residents to get these people to come to our house. On top of that, then if you are going to do, they have to have a business license, and then we can issue them a free placard or sticker or whatever. Then as a resident, we are going to be really narrowed in our search of who can help us. A lot of times, many of us are looking for, equitable pricing for these people coming to service our areas, or people that we prefer to help a small town, small business, rather than a commercial business that definitely would have all those, licensing and everything. So again, I think you really need to think a little bit outside the box in regards to guest placards. I hope that continues through this. I just wanted to bring that up because it's not just commercial, it's also sitters and people coming, people coming to take care of elderly people in the home. These people come in their personal vehicles. So
Thank you, Amy.
again,
3 minutes
I just
has
wanted
expired.
to bring that up because a
Thank
lot
you
of it
very
is
much.
linked to commercial.
Chris, real quick, it's my understanding any business that conducts business or services in the city, even if they're from outside the city, or they're a home business, is required to apply and retain a business license. Is that correct?
Any business, profession, trade, or occupation, whether they have a fixed place of business within the city or otherwise, shall procure a business license and pay a fee annually as follows, and that's specified in our municipal code. So anybody who decides to come into our city from out of town needs to have it. Anybody who's in our business needs to have it. And what you'll typically find is compliance levels are very low. And so when a business, let's say somebody from a neighboring city comes in and does work on your home and they get ticketed in a preferential parking permit, and we have a program that says, hey, if you can prove that you have a business license and that your home address isn't the address you're parked in front of, then we'll waive the fee. Well, they won't be able to show and demonstrate a business license, which means you ticketed them appropriately, but also you just found somebody who should have had a business license and didn't in our city. And so you would end up having both of those in that case.
Thank you.
You know what, I personally don't want, there still seems to be, at least in my mind, and maybe I'm the only one on the planet that is, about this preferential. We're talking a preferential area that we're going to go out and research. There's a reason why they're a precedent. When we're talking, I don't want hunting seasons on every gardener in San Dimas, or every plumber in San Dimas, or anybody in San Dimas that's coming. I agree with Amanda. There's a concern that this thing could get out of hand, and pretty soon we're running around citing the world over preferential parking. There's 2 or 3 places right now in the community that we have this problem. Okay, and I realize we've got to have an ordinance to be able to address it, but we also got to have a plan that says, how can, what if my whole block decide we don't want people parking in front of our house, so we vote and we want a preferential parking situation. What is the program what do we have to prove that we have a problem?
Just because 2/3 of residents in a neighborhood want a preferential parking area doesn't mean they get it. That's not, the criteria isn't that 2/3 of neighbors want it and then you get it. There's more to it. There's an evaluation to ascertain what are the conditions that are causing it. Like I mentioned earlier, the example where if folks that want to use their garage as storage so that they can't place their 2 vehicles in there, and we find that that's the reason why you're inundated with parking, well, I would assume that when this goes before the Traffic Safety Committee and eventually the council, because that's the process, that there would be a hard stop to say, no, we don't recommend a preferential parking permit for exactly the reason you mentioned. We don't want the whole city being under some license to, you can't park in our town unless you're this color or that, or you're a service person or whatnot. I don't believe, based on what's written here, you're going to have what you're saying. We're really talking about small neighborhoods that have very unique causes of problems that is outside the controls of the neighborhoods that can have access to protect their parking. But we have to make accommodations for certain individuals that come from the outside to park there, the business type folks, the landscapers. This doesn't mean we're chasing after landscapers. It just means they get exempted. The question I think the council is laser focusing on is we're really concerned you're going to start tagging all our landscapers, which is not the case. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll work with staff to make sure that we put something in place that makes that a very, very small likelihood so that a landscaper, a plumber doesn't feel like, I don't want to even do work in that neighborhood because I'm going to get a ticket. I think I have an idea to do that, but I'd rather talk to staff prior to pitching it to the council. I think when you go through the process, all the different sections that Sherry conveyed, you need to file an application, a petition. 2/3 of your net residents have to affirmatively say, we want it. It will get assessed by staff. It will go through the Traffic Safety Committee to determine what are the geographic boundaries of that area, what's the cause, is the cause something that some other measure could be put into place to avoid having to create a preferential parking area, because that's the last thing we want to do is create that kind of restriction. It will go through the process. It will come to council for approval. And then there's a certain number of permits, up to 5 for a home or a business that can get it. They can get day permits. There's flexibility that if you're having a big event, you can get additional permits through the Director of Public Works. You're exempting a city vehicle and certain businesses and other stuff to be able to transact commerce in that area. I think there's a lot of safeguards and protections. The real question before the council that I could see being concerns, because we received some emails, is what's the cost? You know, you're charging $30 for 2 regular permits and 3 guest permits. When looking at the survey, the rates vary from free to up to, I think, $100 in one case for a certain number of permits. Sherry indicated that you can do biennial, which effectively makes it $15 a year instead of the $30 a year. That's an option you can consider. There's the application itself and how it's submitted is discussed. The terms of the permit currently is annual, and you can make that biannual. The question came up about who's paying the signs. The signs are not considered as part of the cost of the program. The city taxpayers will be subsidizing the cost of signs in that neighborhood. The fees look to only be 60% cost recovery for the actual program, so the taxpayers will be subsidizing 40% of those fees for those neighborhoods. So I think staff's done a very good job in putting together a program that can accomplish the goal of protecting the neighborhoods and minimizing the negative effects that come from it. And I think implementing it and then adjusting would probably be a prudent approach. As of right now, there are no petitions of neighborhoods that desire a preferential parking permit just yet, but I assume it would come right after approval.
I think there's another caller in the...
You got somebody, John?
Yeah, one more caller. Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hey guys, Daniel again. A couple more points I'd like clarified a little bit. The first one being, Mr. Badar, you mentioned it, and I know you were on the council back when it happened, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years ago when we went through this the first time, and we kind of got all the votes that came in were yes votes, but there were enough people who just didn't send it in that we ended up not getting anywhere with the city back in the day. I don't think that's fair necessarily to make every vote that doesn't come in a no vote, and that maybe the standard should be 2/3 of just the votes you do get. Because there are going to be people, if you send them a letter and say, fill this out and send it back, that just aren't going to do it. I mean, I know people who have thrown away their stimulus checks because it looked like junk mail. They don't even open it, they don't even look at it. Not their checks, but their debit cards. The other thing is, I actually like the idea. Sherry, thanks for clarification on the other stuff. I like the idea of the 3 guest permits being hung from the car, because you can then take those and give them to your contractor, your gardener, whoever, and make that work. The other question was, so if I don't need to park my car on the street during the restricted times, do I still need to pay for permits? Or can I simply vote yes, not need the permits, and still basically clean the streets out, but keep my driveway safe for my cars? Is that an option, or are we mandated? Is every house mandated to get permits or buy permits? And that's really about it. But the big thing is the no votes. I don't know if they shouldn't count, or we should split them down the middle, or how another way to do it. But making them all count as no votes, to me, doesn't seem like it's fair to both sides. Thank you for your time. Sorry for the earlier question that caused so much conversation, but thank you.
So,
Sherry, do you want to explain?
Yes.
Or do we have any more calls?
Not at this moment.
Sherry, could you explain?
So for Mr. Daniels' question, is the intent for the preferential parking permit is if you want to have a permit, you have to purchase it. If you don't need the permit, then you don't need to purchase it. So there would be no fees required. As Mr. Daniels mentioned also on his on the applications, on the petitions, the concern that we have is a lot of people, if the status quo is okay for them, they're not going to respond. So to count their vote as a vote for change, I think is presumptive, and and they may be getting all the impacts from a parking district that they didn't vote for. So that's the concern that I would have in counting an absentee vote as a positive for such a change as a preferential parking district.
Got one more caller.
Okay, thank you, Sherry.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Sean. So I had a question, or more of a clarification. So it says some cities require simple majority, others require 70%, 75%. This is under discussion and application process. It says San Dimas's policy proposes 67%, which is consistent with the San Dimas, the city's speed hump installation policy. The proposed application only allows one vote per property. So just to clarify, this is not like you putting it on a ballot. This is actually just giving the residents of the area a letter saying, okay, here, vote yes or no on this. If you don't turn it in, then it counts as a no vote. Am I correct on that? Also, about the permits. So I see, let's see. Well, I don't see anything, but I think, let me see. I was looking at this real quick. The residential permit parking for Glendora, they have first 2 passes free, and the additional ones are 5. I know that in the report for San Dimas it's going to be 30, but I think we should be also highlighting some of these preferential parking program survey that I guess was done in September 2020 of the cities of Azusa, Claremont, Covina, Glendora, Fullerton, Laverne, Los Angeles, and Pasadena, just so that those of us who are concerned about this have a little bit more information. I'm for at least having some kind of residential permit parking, but it would have been nice if we had more of that and kind of if we look through other options. So thank you. Bye.
Okay. Any more, John?
No more callers.
No more callers. Okay, I'll bring it back to the council.
Just wanted to clarify what I think Mr. Daniels was saying was that he was objecting to the people who don't vote as counting as no. I don't think he was saying that they should count as yes. He was just saying don't count them, just count the people who cast a ballot. Just to clarify what he said.
That's what I understood him to say.
If I could just mention, I know the speed hump policy you said outlines that the residents in the area would, or the person proposing that a speed hump be installed would be charged with going through the neighborhood and canvassing and making their neighbors aware that this is an option and then collecting signatures. I kind of like that format because in my opinion, it would increase engagement. For instance, if the city sends them a letter, I totally agree with Mr. Daniel that if the city sends a letter, likely it's going to end up with a stack of junk mail and get tossed in the trash and then counted as a no vote. Whereas if a neighbor who knows when they're neighbor is going to be home. When they come home from work, they can knock on the door. If they don't answer, they can come back a little bit later when they see their car in the driveway. So there's more of a follow-up, more engagement, probably more dissemination of the information about the program. So I would prefer that. It can't hurt to send a letter about it, educating people about it as well. But I think as far as signature collection or opting into the program, I would prefer more of a citizen generated petition.
I have a little different perspective than Councilman Weber, just because of the history of this particular item and the way the vote issue happened last time, and spending some time with Mr. Milbrandt and Mr. Daniel talking about it. I agree with them going and getting the signatures to be able to initiate the process. I don't have a problem with that. And to Councilman Ebner's point, I think what Mr. Daniel was saying is that, you know, the apathetic or lack of participation, you know, counting against is kind of what tanked it last time, wherein they had participation, but when you added the people who just did not respond, that's what killed it. And it's not because that those people didn't try. It's just generally those people didn't respond when the actual tallying was completed. So, you know, on one hand, I'm more inclined to support a simple majority for that threshold. I hear what you're saying about the presumptive side of it, but when I was elected, 13% of the electorate participated, and we have 21,000 registered voters. I mean, you know, those people, it's like we tell everybody, get out and vote every single election. If I don't know what's more, you know, personal than being able to park on your own street. And, you know, if you want to have a voice in that, I think you should. On the flip side, when you talked about canvassing, and I think the mayor brought it up, I can go along with the 67% if we as the city are going to do the due diligence to collect a response from every household in the impacted area. Then I agree with that, because I think getting the majority or at least three-fourths of that community on board or what have you, I'm good with that. It's just what I don't want to see happen is you get back to that situation that happened in the past and you have a group of people who just don't engage for whatever reason. You know, that's where we've been. That's what prompted all of this.
May I make a suggestion? So on the petition, right now, for the speed hump installation petition, there is no negative side. So you either approve it or you don't sign it. So maybe what we add onto the petition is you have an approval section, you have a disapproval section, and any votes that you don't sign aren't counted either way. Perhaps that would work.
Yeah, I like that, and I think that's kind of what Councilman Ebner was alluding to. What Mr. Daniel's comments were is that, you know, if you don't participate, then they're just in that third column. You know, here's all the people that said yes, here's all the people that were in favor, opposed, did not participate, but they had the opportunity and were noticed.
So, okay. And
so I just want to make sure that, because people could game the system that way. So one of two things has to happen. Either there has to be follow-up to ensure that everybody in the neighborhood knows about it. If you think about it, if 6 people want something to happen in a neighborhood and they don't canvass the neighborhood, or they put something on a doorstep, then, you know, the 6 people who vote for it could be 100%, and yet the majority of the neighborhood hasn't had a say. So maybe what we want to do, so here's another wrinkle, use the 2/3 of people who voted, but have a threshold, have at least 2/3 of the people voting in the neighborhood. I just think there has to be, you know, a pretty good indication that the neighborhood itself wants this thing to happen. We never had trouble with the speed humps, and I don't think that we would have trouble up in where everybody's parking for Walnut Creek and Via Verde, simply because all the neighbors are aware of the problem and are jumping at the chance to get on board. So I think it would be easy to get a good participation. But I think that we do want to have if we're not going to count the no votes, a blank as a no vote, have a minimum that do vote one way or the other before we count it as a valid canvas of the neighborhood.
You know, we're making this too complicated now. This is an inconvenience for people.
Yes.
So I don't think it's unreasonable to do what staff is recommending and have the 67% recommendation. And I like the way staff has presented this, and I would agree with them that the 67%, and if people want it badly enough, they'll go around knocking, I think, as you said, on doors and say, hey, have you voted yes, or whatever your position is, no? It's up to the people to make that decision.
I think in some circles, HOAs, for example, and others, they hold an election, for example, and they work to get the vote. And if they don't reach the quorum number, it drops to a lesser threshold. So, I mean, I would almost wonder if we go for 67%, and kind of like what John's saying is that if we establish that number, so maybe it's simple, or a majority must participate of the impacted area, and the number needs to be 67%. And if it doesn't reach that threshold, then we go out, we canvass, or try to reach out to the ones that didn't participate, give them a time frame, and if they don't respond within that time frame, then we go to a simple majority, excluding those that didn't participate. But that's just the recommendation back to the city. I mean, this isn't even, that's just to go to Traffic Safety Committee, right? This whole thing is the initiation of the process from that neighborhood, correct?
I'm not understanding. So the canvassing, you're saying staff, the city would be canvassing those who didn't respond. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not the residents holding the vote, right? They're not, the residents aren't.
There isn't a vote. And so we have to understand, as Councilmember Bertone mentioned, changing people's ability to utilize the street in front of the home to be a restricted parking is a very significant action. And so you'll have different vote thresholds for different items. You know, in a sewer program, raising fees you have a protest hearing, because the fees are associated with the cost, and you don't want to always be shooting down when you're trying to run a program, so it's not an affirmative 2/3 vote. Here, the affirmative 2/3 vote is intended to be very difficult, and when we say vote, we're really saying a signature of the property owner saying, yes, impose this on me. And the onus for that is put on the property owners, not the city. If the city becomes the onus to do the work, then the cost, I would not recommend as city manager to you to just leave this fee structure in place. We would dramatically be increasing the cost of the program to say the time staff takes, the mailings, the engagement. To do all that is what we have to get into. What we're not capturing in the discussion is, if we find an area that we believe truly needs a preferential parking program because there's no other measures that we can put into place, we don't have to wait for the residents to come to us. The city can initiate that process. We're talking now about when a resident says, we really have a need, and I know I can get 2/3 of my fellow residents, owners, to say, we desperately need that, we want to do it, we can do it. Now, they say yes, and we proceed. It doesn't mean that preferential parking is 24/7 every day. It's only limited to the time that we find the impacts that are associated with the reason why we need the program. Then secondly, we're not talking about all the cars that a resident may have. We're talking about the ones that are not in the garage, not in the driveway, and the ones that are put in the road, which means that the property owner would have far more than just 1 or 2 cars. And so when you do that calculus, you realize if you have a lower threshold to implement the program, you're going to get what the mayor indicated is more and more of these spread out across the city, and secondary effects on parking that will have a dramatic effect on the surrounding neighborhoods. I recommend you make it very difficult with a very, very robust analysis by staff before we proceed with anything to council, and you're the final decision maker. If it doesn't make sense, we say no at the council level.
Point taken.
And
I agree with the city manager. I think that's reasonable.
Excuse me, Sherry. It just, and just when you talk about canvassing, okay, we as a city have had difficulty with the canvassing idea. Okay? SB 11, for example, we sent letters up to SB 11 dealing with whatever. People didn't respond. So then a citizen started walking around talking to people, and you go, oh, what the heck are you talking about? Whatever. Long story short, to depend on our letters just doesn't work. Okay? I mean, I throw junk mail away every day. And the reality is, if we're going to say we're going to do something and we're going to follow through with it, we need to follow through with it. And if that means, unfortunately, taking one of our code enforcement officers or taking one of our other employees that are trimming trees or something, while you're trimming trees, we need you to talk to these people or something. Whatever it is, we need to follow through. Okay, and I don't want another problem like SB 11 where people are calling and said, I didn't hear anything about it, but yet we have evidence that we mailed them a letter. So I don't want to get into that.
So Evan, I'm just trying to get clear what you're suggesting. So taking SB 11, since you brought it up, the letters didn't work. Neighbors went around and that did work, it seemed. But are you suggesting in this scenario of the preferential parking of having the city go door to door and knocking on the doors?
I'm not 100% sure what I'm really saying, but the reality is these preferential areas aren't that big. We're not talking blocks and blocks and miles. The only big area that we potentially would even have is at the trailhead. Okay, and we can send out a letter, but if we don't get the response that we believe we're going to get, then we need to just, instead of saying no, we got to go knock on some doors.
Just on this particular issue, I agree with Eric on it. I think Dennis might be saying the same thing, that it's a good idea for the neighbors to interact with one another. And some neighbors don't even wouldn't want to say no anyway. They would probably sign it because they've got a neighbor at their door asking. But I know when we had the speed hump initiation over on Rennell, there were 2 or 3 families that were really concerned about the safety of their children, and they were able to present a good argument and got the required 2/3 signatures of all the property owners, and hence they have speed humps now. And I think that's worked in a number of places where there are speed humps. So, Chris seems to have a good point that two good points. Number one, we can initiate this anytime. So if we want to go over to the Benwood and Benbow neighborhood and say, there's just a problem over there, let's initiate a preferential parking district over there. And of course, we would be reaching out to all the neighbors to tell them we're doing this and making sure that they know through mailings that say something, your parking is going to be restricted soon or something like that. But so we can always do it that way. But if it's somebody who just say they live over by X-Strand or something, and they feel that there's just too much street parking in front of their houses on school days, I think it's probably a good idea to have that higher threshold. So we're not just doing it on the say-so of, literally it could be 6 or 7 residents who carry the day if, only the people who care about it come forward. That's my thoughts on it.
I want to clarify. Well, I know, Sherry, you were going to say something, and then I was going to clarify something. So go ahead.
I was going to clarify what the intent for the application process was. Typically, when a resident has problems on their street, they bring something forward to traffic safety, and the intent would be for traffic safety to review it and attempt to, whatever mitigations that we can do, coordinate with the church or the school or the county in whatever case to try to mitigate the problems. If that does not work as a last resort, then we would move forward with the petition for the preferential parking. So, and typically it is the interested party that runs the petition. Or if council wants, it can be staff, but typically within speed hump installation is the interested petitioning party that runs the petition in the neighborhood.
And I just want to be clear, I agree with the rest of council that in areas where someone just, I want a preferential parking district, I agree with the 67% and all of that. I have no issue with that. I have an issue, and it's not really anyone that's here anymore. I have an issue with the fact that this community has been dealing with this for a long time, and we failed as a city and as a council to address it. So when I look at what we're talking about, while the program is making progress as we sit here and discuss it, I'm a little disappointed just in the difficulty that potentially we're looking at making it. However, I'm relieved to hear that if there is an area that the council and the city feel needs to be addressed, that we can address it. And so with that said, you know, I'm, for example, this issue by the school. It's my belief that if there is a nexus to causation linked to any public amenity, any private business, or even a condition that exists through another governmental agency, that we should abate the problem. Case in point on Dancroft, that issue, we've tried to work with the school district multiple times, enforcement, working with the sheriff's department, a number of different things, but it's just not worked, unfortunately. And there's and there certainly is a challenge there during the school year. I mean, there really is. And unfortunately, when things change, that parking just seems to get progressively worse as the school year goes on. You know, so another example, the trailhead. You know, that has become impacted. We put some parking up there. We tried to mitigate that. We worked with the county. I think that was great, but it's just not enough yet. So, you know, for that reason, a couple things, and I'm just going to make my comments in general about the rest of it and get it done with. Number one is, I don't think that, and I know I've mentioned this to Chris a little bit, I personally don't believe that the $30 application fee should apply to areas wherein a condition can be identified that is caused by a public amenity or another governmental agency, for example, the school district perhaps, or even a trailhead or a large park. I think those are areas where we should consider subsidizing or even waiving the fee. I support the notion of biannual passes, and also as it relates to the name, I'm a fan of parking permit program. It seems very simple, and especially when people go to other communities like Glendora by the high school, or you even go over to Claremont, it's a permit parking area. So, I mean, it's just very simple to me versus preferential parking. If I didn't know what that was and I wasn't from here, I'd be like, what's that mean? Like, does the president live here? The mayor? I don't know. So, anyways, those are my comments in general on all of it. And thank you for all your work on this, all of you, because it has been a long time coming. And I know it took a lot to get the ball rolling behind this, and I do appreciate you running with it. So thank you, and I know that community and others up at the trailhead, down below, I mean, it's going to be, once we get this worked out, I think the rest of it will be easy.
Any further comments? I have a motion.
Well, there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would almost, I don't mean to make it any more difficult, but there really is a lot of information, and I would almost wonder if we could put together a presentation, maybe, that just like a PowerPoint that council can walk through with staff, almost like we would do in a study session, and maybe just go through each one and let us weigh in on it and some of the options, because I just think there's a lot to chew off on this, and I think there might be different thoughts on some of the different components of it, maybe.
Yeah, and I'll say I really appreciate staff's presentation, the survey of the various streets and how much it would cost for the signs and the permits, and the fee structure, which is all over the map. So I like what you're saying, Ryan, about that. If we could we could boil it down to how do we get the ball rolling on these things. And it seems like, if I'm understanding it correctly anyway, or we could make it this way, if the council sees an urgent need, then the council can initiate it and then it goes through the process to the traffic safety. You've got to notify residents, all that kind of stuff. Or it can come from residents, and there are different options. I like the idea personally, but there are different options of the neighbors canvassing with a petition of some sort, and that it is the 2/3 of the entire area. But can be different, like you're saying, could be options. But that's the good thing about having the options up on the screen, like you're saying. And as far as the annual fee, which seems to be the other sticking point, I would maybe go with 2 or 3 permits and 3 or 4 guest permits. So maybe up at 1 in each category. The fees, I would say maybe $20 for a 2-year permit. It doesn't do as much cost recovery, but I think there should be some minor costs that way. But yeah, if we could have those kind of laid out for us, it would probably make it easy to make a decision.
Okay.
I'm looking at Sherry, and she's indicating that should be no problem. Chris, you have no problem?
We can do it, no problem. I would just caution, given the length and the amount of significant items in the policy, if it's smack in the middle of an agenda with a lot of other issues, you're really going to look for a very long night with that item on the agenda.
Study session.
But just make sure that the options are in the staff report, so we're not reacting at the meeting. That way we can look at them and really kind of know what we're thinking when we get to the meeting.
Okay, so I guess we're not going to do a motion. We're going to request that they bring it back.
We'll bring it back.
I just want to make sure that I agree with Ryan. If this problem exists, no fault of the area that's involved in it, by either, like he said, the school district and or the trailhead, I am not going to be in favor of any type of a fee, because that's not their problem. They moved there. I realize it. Trailhead's been there a long time, but the county has created this monster, and we've asked them to give more direction to park at the other end of the canyon, but they gave a little bit, and then that was it. We did everything we could do when we remodeled the trailhead to get as much parking as we possibly can down San Dimas Avenue, up under the bridge. Even though you can't park under the bridge, we took it right to the point where we could legally do. But it's not unfair to the residents of that area, the Via Verde, in that general area where people go. And you know what? I've been on the council for 13 years, and I have heard about the problem at the high school for 13 years. Okay, and it was around a lot longer. So I really would like to see this thing resolved. Obviously, the school, by the high school, isn't a problem because there is no school. But eventually here it's going to go, and it's going to happen. And, I don't know when they're going to open it up, but that's going to happen. But the people right there off of Loma Vista are affected by this every weekend. Okay? And you can start seeing people starting to drift, parking there again, even though the signs are there. The sheriff's department, fortunately is out there citing people when they can, but it's going to be a long-term issue. You can't have sheriff cars parked at every corner there, writing parking tickets. And if we have to hire somebody, either a third party or we have to hire another person, they're going to have to be here every weekend. And then we got to have somebody over there at the school district at least visiting it, 2 or 3 times a day, because students come and go. So I think you have a chore, but I agree that some type of a PowerPoint would be a good way to get through it, and point by point, and we can do it. I agree with Chris that this is probably a study session item, but that'll be up to the council.
Mayor, one item that probably should be decided tonight is the name of the program, and that's because we've already introduced an ordinance that has the name Preferential Parking Program. So if we We don't want to have to bring that back to reintroduce again. So I would suggest the council decide on the name of the program tonight and then do a motion to reconsider and reintroduce the ordinance that we just introduced with the new name.
I would go with permit parking.
I agree. That's it's preferential parking, like Ryan said. People are going to say, what does that mean? Permit parking means you need a permit. So I agree with that.
You need a motion for that?
Yes, so it'd be a motion to reconsider and reintroduce the ordinance with the name Permit Parking Program.
So moved.
So moved. Yes, second.
Any further discussion? John, you got anything?
Nope.
Okay.
And it sounds like, just
We need a roll call vote.
It sounds like there's no issue with changing the name of the program in relation to it being referred to as preferential parking in the vehicle code, correct?
Well, there's no issue with the difference in the name between the vehicle code and here. Yeah, that's not an issue.
Gotcha.
All right, no further discussion? We have a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Aye.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
And which way are we going to resolve this? Is a study session or an item on the agenda?
If I may, rather than going through every single point, I think based on the comments and discussions, staff can come up with what key areas we should focus on. And then if there's any other areas we didn't cover, then the council members can bring them up during the discussion. That should streamline us down to the 5 to 7 areas of could be significant concern.
So are we saying agenda item or study session?
I'm presuming it'll be an agenda item, and so I'm asking, let us be able to streamline it. And so don't expect it to be the 7 pages going paragraph by paragraph or line by line. We're just going to pick out topics that we think, based on your discussions, are important, and then say, here are our options, you tell us. And once we're at the end, we'll say anything else you'd like to look at and change.
I personally would prefer a study session because I just feel like, knowing council, this is probably a 2-hour item, to be frank. But I'll leave it up to my colleagues. I'm good either way.
I have no problem with a study session.
Either way, as far as I don't care.
Study session's fine with me.
So with next Tuesday at the
okay
same
with
time.
me, although I think we could do it in 20 minutes.
Yeah, just to clarify, the city attorney just mentioned that study sessions are traditionally sessions starting at 5 prior to a council meeting. Is that what you were intending or something else?
5 or 6, we usually do.
I would think that, John, 6 o'clock good for you?
6 is fine. 5:30 is even good. I hope we're not going to take 2 hours on it, to be honest.
So do I.
John, I hope that we take as little time as possible, half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. I'll leave that to you.
I'm good either way. If you want to make it 6, that puts our feet to the fire to keep it under an hour.
Okay, 6 o'clock. Any problems?
A date yet?
No, any old day.
Any old day, okay.
My only concern is I imagine there's going to be comments from the public, and so there's probably time to accommodate that needs to be considered into this as well.
6 o'clock.
Good point. Yeah, make it
Okay?
5:30.
5:30, John?
break.
John, I'm going to accommodate you. What time you want?
5:30 is perfect. Let's do it that way.
5:30. Okay, and you'll research some dates and let us know?
I will work with the Public Works Director and the City Clerk to do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe it's 6B.
We're going to pick a date or not?
No, it doesn't sound like he's ready for that.
Okay.
He said he was going to work with Sherry.
Oh, that it was for your convenience, I would recommend you do it next Tuesday at the time specified.
Next Tuesday?
On Groundhog Day?
Yeah, the meeting.
Well, that'll be Groundhog Day. It'll be just another long time, that's all. I'm okay with Tuesday. John, what about you?
Yeah, you mean the next meeting on Tuesday, not
The
a
next
special
council
meeting.
meeting.
Are you talking about the next meeting or next week?
No, I'm talking about the week prior to the 2 council meetings, so it would be 7 days from now.
Groundhog Day.
That would be the 2nd of February.
Yeah, I can't do it that week, folks. Sorry.
I'm not available that day either.
Then we
Just
can do it
before the city.
5:30 prior to the next council meeting.
Yeah, that'd be good.
5:30?
On the 9th of February, right before the
We'll
council.
never finish it.
Wait a minute. We don't have a. Never mind.
Give me a date. Is that the 9th?
February 9th, Tuesday at 5:30.
Will you send that to our calendars at some point?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
You think you'll be able to handle it in an hour and a half?
Do you think you guys can?
No.
Yeah.
I truly don't.
If you give me the carte blanche to lead, to push us through it, then we could probably get it through in an hour and a half.
Okay, I'm good with that. 5:30, John, on the 9th.
Yep, sounds good.
Everybody else? Okay.
That's fine.
That's great.
Okay, we're going to go 6B. Introduce an ordinance to amend the San Dimas Municipal Code, Section 10.06, speed limits thereto, designating the speed limit on Wild Rose Lane to 15 miles an hour. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll provide some introductory comments before giving it over to our Public Works Director. The need in this area came from resident requests. This is a very small area, roadway, curved area between Amelia and Foothill that's being used as a cut-through. And while I'm a big proponent of evaluating when we receive citizen requests for some type of traffic calming measure, I want to raise a word of caution in terms of the action that here's before you. The traffic survey supports the reduction of the speed limit to 15. Where both the 85th and 95th percentile are at 15 or below, and really out of the 41 cars in a 24-hour period, only one really was exceeding the speed limit of 15. I don't want to give the false expectation to the residents in that area that by taking the action today that's supported by the traffic survey, that magically the issue of cut through and speeding just goes away. And I also want to caution that because we take this action, it doesn't mean, the risk is, once people stop listening to the speed limit, they're going to want enforcement from the sheriff's office. Once enforcement doesn't resolve it, they're going to want additional traffic calming measures, and it becomes a never-ending cycle to try to deal with it. So I want to just manage expectations of the residents that while we recommend this action, I don't believe it's going to fully resolve the concerns in the neighborhood, and the problem may persist. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Sherry Garwick, Director of Public Works. The next item on the agenda is the introduction of Ordinance 1284, amending the San Dimas Municipal Code Section 10.06.100, speed limits, by reducing the speed limit on Wild Rose Lane to 15 miles an hour. The Traffic Safety Committee received a request from the Wild Rose Lane Homeowners Association to reduce the speed limit on this roadway from the prima facie speed limit of 25 miles per hour to a requested speed limit of 10 miles per hour. Several residents on Wild Rose Lane attended the virtual Traffic Safety Committee meeting and expressed their concern about speeding in the neighborhood as well. The street is located on the northwest corner of the city near the intersection of Amelia Avenue and Foothill Boulevard. Wild Rose Lane is 24 feet wide, approximately 660 feet long, is curvilinear, and serves approximately 28 residential townhomes who have very short driveways. The normal prima facie speed limit in a residential area is 25 miles per hour. However, Section 22358.3 of the California Vehicle Code allows a speed on streets that are 25 feet wide or less to be reduced to 20 or 15 miles per hour, which, based upon the results of a traffic and engineering survey. The city traffic engineer prepared the traffic and engineering survey, which showed the 85th percentile speed to be 14 miles per hour. The Traffic Safety Committee recommends that the speed limit on Wild Rose Lane be reduced to 15 miles per hour, which is the lowest legally enforceable speed. Staff recommends that council introduce Ordinance 1284, amending San Dimas Municipal Code Section 10.06.100 by reducing the speed limit on Wild Rose Lane to 15 miles per hour. Staff recommends that council adopt Ordinance 1284 at the February 9th, 2021 council meeting. The speed limit would become enforceable 30 days after adoption when properly posted. That concludes my presentation. Pending questions from council.
Discussion?
I was a little surprised. I'm familiar with that corner. I frequented there when I was a kid. I kind of grew up in the area. And I was a little surprised when this popped up in the agenda because I had no idea that that was a public street. I kind of assumed that it was just a private road. So it is a city street?
It is a public street.
Okay. And then I do share the same concerns as Chris does, in that, again, this probably isn't going to solve the issue for them. I mean, it's looks like the data supports it, and I'm supportive of changing it to 15 miles an hour, but it sounds like maybe their complaints would be more, oddly enough, we just talked about it, more appropriately or permanently fixed with the addition of speed humps. Maybe that's an issue that they need to explore, and it might more permanently address their concerns rather than just the speed limit. I'm fully supportive of the speed limit either way, but I think maybe the speed humps would be a good solution for them.
Let me ask Sherry. Sherry, when we did speed bumps several years ago, I seem to remember there's some line of sight issues for distance that be able to put in there. With this road the way it is, would that be a difficult thing with the line of sight?
And I think part of the issue on this road is, like you're saying, is the placement is, so the curve, you can't be placed in a curve. It also, we don't want it in place in front of a driveway. So we'd have to look at it for a placement of the speed hump. There's a criteria involved with the replacement of the speed humps.
Yeah, I guess that was why I was so surprised that it wasn't a private street, because really, as you look at it, it has more in common with a private street it just has more, a parking lot, I guess is what I was going with, than it does a public street. So, it's very narrow, no curbs, gutters, that sort of thing. I think it's just those,
roll curves,
slopes
yes,
down into the street. So, and maybe that's why when I look at that, I think, just like at any shopping center, they have speed bumps every 4 feet, that would be something that would fix it. But do you happen to know offhand whether a 25 mile an hour speed limit on a 40-foot wide road, for instance, has certain requirements for speed bumps? Would lowering the speed limit to 15 miles an hour change any of those as far as distances from curves or anything like that?
As far as I know, it does not impact there'd have to be a justification for lowering the speed limit on a 40 mile an hour road. I believe the prima facie speed is 25 miles an hour. But what impacts the placement of speed humps is normally we want residential approval of the speed hump by 2/3 majority. And what we find with a lot of the speed humps is most of the neighbors don't want them in front of their house. So there are placement requirements for speed humps, such as you have to have 3. Typically, we want to have 3 in a row, based a certain distance apart, within 300 feet of each other. The 85th percentile speed can't be more than 35 miles per hour because of danger of causing traffic accidents or problems. There's quite a few. The slope of the street can't be so much, so there's a lot of impacts that affect the placement of the speed humps or the ability of the city to place the speed humps there.
Yeah, I think that would really be something that you guys are going to have to survey and do it, because I don't know that that's a practical thing. But one thing's for sure, if we in fact decide to put speed bumps there, we need to be very careful that we don't put speed bump signs in somebody's yard, because that's what we had. We had that problem on Loma Vista. We put the speed bumps in, and we put all the signs right in somebody's yard, and forgetting to tell them about it. Didn't go over very well.
Sherry, just and it might be nuanced, but if I recall, I think speed bumps are intended to slow from 5 to 10 miles an hour, while speed humps are intended for like 15 to 20 miles an hour. Is that correct? So there's a different calming effect, and it's actually a different implementation, right?
Yes, and in fact, speed bumps themselves are not permitted on city public streets because of the speeds that you have to go to safely pass over them.
Right.
So we do the speed hump, which is elongated. It's about 8 to 10 foot wide, essentially curb to curb. And the vehicles slow to about approximately 15 to 20 miles per hour to get over them.
And let's clarify, the 24-hour speed survey indicated that all but one of the 41 vehicles traveled greater than 15 miles an hour. And so we're talking about a traffic calming measure of slowing down on the street.
That is true, yeah.
And then the other question I would ask of Sherry, the cost of all the survey and whatnot, who paid for that?
And the city did.
Okay, which goes to another point of what I'm finding with a number of different issues in the city, that the full burden of this cost is falling on the city. And while we want to be responsive to the community, we have to be mindful that there's a balance between the taxpayers subsidizing the work and the work that actually needs to be done to be effective to accomplish a goal.
Yeah, I'm concerned with I'll make comments after we hear from the community.
Okay, let's open it up for public comments. Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name's Amanda. Again, so I know a similar issue was brought up in Old Town on Euclid Street in regards to putting up either speed humps or a stop sign or whatnot because people were blowing through the one stop sign that was there going downhill. And I know I brought this up at one of the planning committee meetings, but I know you're talking about speed humps, but has anybody really contemplated the idea of doing like the bumps or either like little, it's like little, I don't know what you would call it. It's like on the freeways and stuff, you have it where if you drive out of the lane, you go on the, it's almost like a serration in the street itself. That would impact residents a little bit less when they're backing out of their driveways. I know with my in-laws in their condo complex, they had speed bumps, and if your garage was right next to a speed hump, it was really awkward getting in and out of your driveway, of your garage and whatnot. It just kind of created a bit of a challenge for people that live right next to one. But in another section of their complex, they actually have like little bumps on the road, almost like what you see in between the lanes of roads that are like reflectors, but they're in the actual pavement, so they stick a little bit better. And that kind of is served almost like a reminder to people to slow down without having like an actual bump. I don't know if that is a possibility, but thought I'd bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Pardon me? No more callers. All right, let's bring it back for council and deliberations.
Well, I just wanted to say I'm concerned. One is I support the HOA, and I think the public safety concern is obviously why this got brought forward. And so for that reason, I'm supportive of it. But there's no disputing the fact that they're already in a residential zone at 25 miles per hour. They're also co-located in a school zone, I believe, right in that area with Sutherland. I think I think it is Sutherland, right? I don't know. Yeah, whichever school is there. So I don't know that this is going to. I don't know that this is going to crack the nut per se. It's probably a TAC team issue between having enforcement there from the sheriff's department side, and it's going to be an issue of whether or not speed humps could be considered to be put in there. But I did drive it, and there's no way anybody gets upwards of 40 miles an hour on there. I mean, there's not enough road to do that. I'm surprised somebody got 25 miles an hour because you really had to be gunning it to do that. But Chris brings up a good point, I think, about, the exercise of doing like the survey and, the cost associated with something like that in a situation wherein, I'd be curious if we, follow up on this and see if it in fact changed anything in terms of the traffic. At some period of time, I don't know, 90, 180 days later, and see if it really had a bearing. I mean, one vehicle as an outlier going 25 when 85% of them are in compliance or below the posted speed limit in a residential, I don't think is bad numbers, in general. But I'll be supportive of moving this forward at this time.
John?
Yeah, I'm supportive too. Like Ryan, I'm not sure if the 15 mile per hour, making it an actual speed limit besides 25 is really going to change very much. And like Eric, I thought it was a private street, part of the complex, but it is a city street, so we can do what we can do. If you look at it, it's almost like one long driveway on both sides, or curb cut on both sides of the street. I mean, it's not all the way, but it would be really hard to get a speed hump in there. And lastly, I will say that speed surveys like this are a service the city does, and we do like to respond to citizens' complaints. We don't want to do it willy-nilly, obviously, but on the other hand, we don't want to hesitate if there's a problem, which I assume is because people are getting out of school and they're trying to cut the corner there to get east on Foothill faster. But whatever the reason, it's a good idea to respond in some way to the residents' complaints. I think the speed limit is good, and to do that, you got to do a speed survey. So I think the whole thing is ending up on a good note. As far as responding, what effect it's going to have, I'm not sure exactly.
Right, Dennis? Eric? Okay. I'm gonna support it, but I also, and I don't mean to be sarcastic, I really truly don't, but I can bet, as we sit here right now, we don't have many deputies that know where that street is. Okay, so now this is going to bring attention to them because of the reality, and I think every time we've tried to do something like this, Loma Vista, other places, the residents of that area started calling and said, "Hey, get the sheriffs out of here. They're citing me." That's always a problem because they complain, and then when the deputies get up there and write the citations and stop them and stuff, it's no, I live here. It's not that. So I think there's got to be some sympathy to that's going to have to happen. The people there are going to have to realize they are subject to the same laws as anybody else that uses that street. And I'm very sympathetic to the fact, I know that's a little cut off to beat that light, but I think all we're doing now is a little bit of attracting it. So if, I had to go find the street, and I'm sure that several other people sitting up on this council right now had to go find the street. So I guess we'll, do I have any motion?
I'll do it, but to your point, I almost wonder if it's not something that a decoy car might not have solved, and just a little education. But nevertheless, I'll move to introduce Ordinance 1284, amending San Dimas Municipal Code, Section 10.06, 100, authorizing the reduction of the speed limit on Wild Rose Lane to 15 miles an hour, and
Second.
subsequently the ability to enforce it.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'm going to support the motion, and for a couple of reasons, but one is that we had a traffic engineer study on it, and the Traffic Safety Committee recommends it, and the reality is sometimes we get lost not listening to the people that we put in place to give us advice, okay? And I'm going to vote for it because I don't believe it's necessary, but I also believe that these people took their time, they studied the program, studied it, and this is their recommendation, and I believe it's a fair recommendation, but I think that the way the percentages are, it was pretty obvious that we hope this is going to solve the problem. So I'll call for a vote.
Councilmember Vienna, just to be clear, you did a good job of reading the title of the ordinance, but it's to waive further reading and introduce.
Right, waive further reading, introduce, and also to bring it back for adoption at the February 9th, 2021 council meeting. Will you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertone,
Yes.
Councilmember Ebner,
Aye.
Councilmember Weber,
Aye.
Councilmember Vienna,
Aye.
Mayor Bedar.
Aye.
Motion carries by 5-0 vote.
Okay, anything additional? COVID-19 update?
Hey, guys, can I take a quick break here, just 3 minutes?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's bring it back to the council. This will go to the city manager, Chris. COVID-19 update.
Thank you. Very quickly, surprisingly, the governor announced on Monday a change in terms of the regional stay-at-home order. That is now no longer in effect. We've moved back to what we had back in November, December of 2020. We're in the most restrictive purple tier. What that means for us is that while we're in the most restrictive tier, some businesses will be allowed to reopen with modifications and proper precautions. Most importantly, our restaurants for outdoor dinings with modifications, which they weren't allowed to before. Hair and nail salons indoor with modifications, limited capacity, and with mandatory face masks, and youth sports competitions, which will receive more details from the state. A number of other changes also occurred. I won't go through all of them. We've posted this on social media. Private gatherings limited to 3 households, a total of 15 persons, outdoor only. For public meetings like ours, we could have 15 individuals in the room at any one time. Family entertainment centers open for outdoor operations, 50%. Fitness facilities open to outdoors. Outdoor recreation is fully open. And there's a number of other restricted capacity type activities that are occurring. If the public wants to receive more information, they can keep an eye on our website or go to lapublichealth.org or covid19.ca.gov to go to the state site. A sub-item within the COVID update is specifically a request from staff to have a discussion regarding the council meetings and whether the council desires to make any changes to the format structure of the meeting due to COVID. My first meeting was a all Zoom meeting, which was different than what the council had before. Partly the decision, I recommended that action after realizing that the majority of the council would not be here, also taking the precautions that because it was a holiday and that we know that exposures go up after a holiday, that the precautions would have been necessary to protect the council staff from any type of exposure. Today, we're back to the normal format that was in place before. I'm not comfortable as the city manager making a decision to direct any change in how the council operates during the meeting. I know we will have discussions in the future about boards and commissions and other operational respects, but I wanted council to have a discussion and to provide staff any direction should we be making any changes. You heard that we could go up to 15 individuals in the room. Currently, I think we're within that number. And so if there's a desire to do so, change how we engage the public or change anything about the format, I would like that direction.
Hey, Chris, I just want to ask a question. Having 15 people in the room, okay, how does that affect, I know a couple of other city councils are having meetings where they allow the public to come to the entrance of the hall with microphones and plastic sheeting and addressing the council live and in person. Does that have any effect, or would that have any effect on us?
Well, in the cases that I've seen, that they wouldn't be counted towards the 15 because they're outside the room. They're speaking to the council from kind of the entryway. If we were less than 15, they actually could come into the room and speak to the council. If you desire to have more engagement in person, we can adjust the structure of what you see. I could ask senior staff to not be in the room and to remain in the room next door. And when their item comes up or the council has a question, we could ask that staff person to come in, and we will remain not only below the 15, we'll probably remain below the 10 in that case. But really, that's your desire if you so choose to do that. But some cities have done that. Some cities have done multiple formats. There's a variety of options.
Okay, well, I just want to go on record as saying I've received several calls over the last week, the last 2 weeks of city council from community members who have said that the way we're doing it right now with the phone-in situation, that they think that we would be better served opening it up than have the community come here and speak to the council versus having them call in, because our meetings are going to 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and there are people who want to go to work, who don't want to listen to the council meeting for that long, but they're interested in community involvement. So they believe that there's got to be some accommodation for people who want to watch the meeting, but they don't want to stay up till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm for you look at a best way, that's a best practice for us, okay? Safe, but, safe obviously is number one, but the reality is we've now been doing this for several months, okay? And now it's becoming a habit that we're here very late. So, people get to sit home and watch TV and stuff like that, but I got staff here till all hours of the night. And these are comments that you and I have had conversation about. And I believe you told me that your staff has indicated some weariness.
We appreciate the council recognizing that. It has been for quite a number of nights that I've seen the council before I came on board, and obviously the last meeting when it was all Zoom, we saw that. In discussions with the city attorney, the level of engagement that we provide the public is more than most any city out there. And so we have 2 public comments beginning and end, and we have public comments during the course of each item, and we have public comments during the public hearings, which would be required. And so that does offer a lot of opportunity for the public to engage the council, but it also has a direct impact on your ability to efficiently navigate the meeting, and then it impacts staff. So staff are consummate professionals. They're not going to come to you and tell you, they're exhausted by the time they get to the end of that. We see that internally, both the day of and the day after, but we adjust. The real question for the council becomes, if there's a desire, and what I'm hearing is if there's a desire to have members of the public come to the meeting, some cities do that. We could accommodate it in a safe way if you so choose. I would not recommend allowing members of the public to be sitting inside the room, inside this room at that time. I would want to protect our staff and the council. So if we did do that, we would find a way to do it at the door, or one person coming in and going out after speaking, and then the next person coming in while they're waiting in the hallways, and then it's outside, socially distanced with wearing masks.
Do we have some kind of metrics on how many cities are doing, or what other cities are doing?
Yeah, we've looked at quite a few cities, and they're just all over the map. If you go outside of the area, they're all over the map. If you go as far as my previous employer, they would be, the public wanted to come and address the council in person. We were not allowing it. It got to the point where a lot of members of the public wanted to come, and so we changed our process and allowed members of the public to be able to wait outside and in another building, socially distanced with masks, and allowed only 3 at a time to come into the council chambers in the hallway, lined up socially distanced, and 1 at a time addressing the council from a podium. We'd sanitize the podium, they would leave a different direction, and the next person would come speak. Once you get through the 3, you announce 3 more names that were being televised outside so folks could follow the meeting if they were here on premise, and then the next 3 would come forward and you would cycle through that. It adds a little bit of a delay, but for the public in that jurisdiction, that's what the public wanted. They wanted to engage the government directly. In terms of the alternate avenues of providing comment to the city, that and other cities did resort to accepting electronic communications into the city. And so just like we do up until 5:30, any emails that come forward, we take and we post and provide it to council. Anything coming subsequent from 5:30 on, we would announce to council. We received on this item 18 emails from, and we would list the names of the individuals that provided that. You'd be provided copies of that. You would take some time to review them so you can go through all the comments. And then after that, deliberate, having the electronic and in person be the conveyance of public information. So we don't have a preference. I'm just appreciative you understand the impact on staff. We just want to make sure that what we're doing right now in this format is what you desire, or if you desire to do something else, to just convey that to us.
Well, we traditionally, obviously for public hearings, we open it up, okay? And that's totally fine as far as I'm concerned. That's what we need to do, and we want to hear from folks. But when we're having regular hearings, doing it under this format, when we're having any kind of discussion immediately after, now we're opening it up for phone calls in here, and there seems to be a lot of interaction, but the reality is it's prolonging this business that we need to accomplish and affecting our staff. And quite honestly, at 11, 12 o'clock at night, I'm not sure any of us up here are making sound decisions. You get tired, and especially, so I'm just not sure how the best way to do it, but I'm concerned about the wear and tear on what's happening here, because it's just not good, efficient government to be doing this the way we're doing. But I'm 100% whatever's safe and whatever the council wants to do.
I have a question for Chris and maybe Emmett. So how does just a basic question of how does having the public come in person speed up the meetings?
In terms of previous council meetings where we had public speakers in person as opposed to the alternate formats, fewer folks were actually coming forward. And the time that they would spend would be less than the time they would spend in the alternate formats. And so the council has to weigh that impact with any decision to change the process. And so we're not advocating any approach. What I need is just clear guidance from the council. This is what we're considering. Because I've heard it individually from council members about how long these meetings are, and informally being told, well, you're the city manager, do something about it, but I don't run the meetings. And so I want to make sure, and one council member alone doesn't have authority over the whole council, so I want to make sure as a whole we're discussing it so we fully understand the council as a whole is on the same page. If you want the city manager to make the decision, I need to know that. If you want to give direction on that, we need to know that too.
Now with that, by having the community who wants to address the council come to the back door, under a sanitary plastic thing, that would mean, so then would we not have, that we wouldn't have telephone call-ins. We would go away from that process of communication. So the only process, if you were to talk to the council, you would come, you'd show up at the meeting just like you would any other time, but you would be allowed to speak, but you wouldn't be allowed to come into the hall unless we had less than 15 people in here. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
That would be at your direction. We could only have 15 in this room.
I would actually have a concern if we did not continue to allow phone calls, because then what would occur is the persons waiting outside in the television room would essentially, that we could have 100 people show up, and they would be gathering 100 people in the television room waiting to get into the city council chambers to speak to you. So, and I can't envision putting a limit on the number of people that we could put into the television room and then not allow people watching at home to participate, because that limits the number of audience members at a council meeting, which we cannot really do.
No, I agree. I hear what you're saying, and I've also heard the comments, I think, along similar lines that the mayor has heard with regard to the length of our meetings. And something that I think Chris brought up, too, is kind of the format, So I know and I just want to be clear, we have hearings which are separate from items, correct? Is that accurate? So we have like public hearings, and then we just have items that are on the agenda. So public hearings have a public requirement for participation, and we have our oral comment period. But other than that, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no legal requirement that we have to have comments on every single item outside of a public hearing. Is that correct?
You have to allow the public to comment on every single item, but it doesn't have to be a separate public comment period for every item. So what you could do is you could say the oral communications period at the beginning of the meeting is the public's opportunity to comment on every item on the agenda. And then when you get done with that, then you go through every item on the agenda and you don't need to take public comment on each individual one because the public will have already had the ability to comment at the beginning.
I like that.
Except for public hearings. If you have a public hearing, then you do need to have a separate comment period for the public.
I like that, but my only concern is, can we, often when the way things had been, when we would have normal time, is that we would have voices from people from some of the community service organizations come talk about things that were going on. Are we able to allow people to comment about items that are on and off the agenda if we were to consolidate it the way you're describing?
Yes. The oral communications period at the beginning could be the opportunity for the public to comment on items not on the agenda, and it could also be, in the same period, the opportunity for the public to comment on items on the agenda.
And we could determine whether that would be the traditional 3 minutes, or if we did 4 minutes or 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not opposed to that. I mean, I think the issue that's been coming up is just efficiency in the meeting. And, you know, there was a comment at the last meeting someone brought up where they felt as though we were strategically bringing up an item late that they were interested in. And I know we didn't do that. I know there was no thought behind it. But I also heard comments from people in the last week and a half, very disappointed, where they live in an area in the community, wanted to call in and comment, but the item's not coming up till an hour that is not, they view, reasonable, and they have to be up for work the next day. And it's inhibiting some other voices in the community from participating, I think, in a meaningful way.
Well, unfortunately, something has to be last.
Yeah, no, I agree with that,
There's nothing
Dennis.
we can do about that. I like the idea of people coming and speaking in person. It's I don't know.
It's just a thought. Now, Jeff does bring up the fact that we're going to have a television room out here. I got to be honest, I did not think about that. I actually thought we'd have a TV out here in the lobby, but it's unfair to a lot of people, unfair to the people who've been calling in, because they're going to feel like they're being cut off, which is not the intent. Okay, and there's people who want to hear an item, and then we're not allowing them. They're saying, heck with this. This is crazy. So I don't know what the right answer is, but it'd be easy for me to just say, Chris, make this thing happen, figure something out. But that's not what we're here for, and that's unfair to Chris.
Let me ask another question, if I could, and that's. It would be interesting to take last meeting or the meeting before and see how much, and kind of time it, go back and time it and see how much time is spent listening to the public, making their comments about what we're talking about, and how much is the rest of the meeting. Right now, we're going past 3 hours in the meeting. I believe we've heard from the public for maybe 20 minutes, maybe 25 at the most. And I would venture to say that if the council's discussing the items and perhaps the efficiency that we ourselves are responsible for, that is causing the length of the meetings. Now, I'm all for a good long meeting. I don't mind it at all. I typically get up at 4:35 in the morning. I don't mind being here till 1:30 in the evening. I would like it to be shorter, but I'm just trying to think of what the goal is here. If it's to shorten the meetings, in the past, we've had plenty of people come up to the microphone and talk. And as Jeff said, I'm trying to think, is it fair to switch it? I see what you're saying, and I look forward to the day of having in-person meetings, just carte blanche, everybody shoulder to shoulder, and just having the great meetings that we're used to, and I think we're all missing. On the other hand, if we're allowing a council member, myself, to join remotely, I believe we need to let the public participate remotely as well.
I can agree with that, and I think maybe, one idea might be then to look at what I would think a consolidated. There's a few issues here. Number one is commenting on every item, which I would propose we consolidate into a oral communications period. And number two is I did call a couple cities, about 5, and spoke to their council members or mayors about some of this formatting thing. And, one city specifically opened up the chambers to the public for people to come comment in person to accommodate people who either didn't have a computer or weren't technologically savvy. So I'm completely empathetic to that group and support the idea of having a limited number of people be able to come to City Hall, come to the podium, just the way tonight I borrowed your plexiglass just as an example, but there is plexiglass over the podium as one example, perhaps.
I noticed.
Thank you. It came in handy. But that is just one example on how one community is doing it because of the technological challenges that are prohibiting engagement from some people in the community. But to your point, I also think that the pandemic is very real to a lot of people. It's very real to the world right now, too. So I'm not opposed to allowing people to continue to either call in or Zoom in or whatever the case may be, or remotely, I guess just broadly say remotely call into a meeting. And maybe we accomplish that with a consolidated oral communications period where they can call in, talk about any item on or off the agenda at the beginning of the meeting so we can hear what needs to be said. They're also allowed, I think as Chris pointed out, to email their public comments in advance of the meeting and even during the meeting. And I think that at least will help streamline some of it, barring public hearings, obviously, where we're going to hear from everybody. I think it's, and I hear what you're saying, John, about the total time, but last meeting isn't a good example. We should go back 6 months and look at all the meetings, and we can aggregate time. And there's just been a lot of time spent on certain issues. And that's what the people calling me were really upset about, is they're saying, hey, I live in this area. I wanted to call in, but at 11:30, I'm done. And they were expressing their frustration and saying, I had to sit through these other issues that maybe were not as priority for them in their community immediately where they live, but other issues were, So I think it's balancing the respect of all of our community members to ensure they're equitably getting access to be able to call in during the time, say what they need to say, and go on. And like you said, anybody can public comment. So, that's the same thing I kind of told those folks is, well, if you can't get through on the phone, because a busy signal has been something that's come up a few times from folks, mail in your public comment, email it. Don't snail mail it, but email it in. I don't know, that's my thought.
Okay, if we did it where you could address any issue on the agenda at the beginning, then a public comment period of limit it to 30 minutes and 3 minutes a person isn't practical. We'd have to extend that period of time and then address whatever time we decide. Because I got to tell you, I wasn't pleased tonight, okay, telling somebody we're done, 3 minutes, because now I've been told by city attorney that 3 minutes is what we have written, and that's the way we got to go. And I realize that I'm supposed to have the ability to waive it, but the reality is I still have a 30-minute threshold, which creates a bigger problem pushing the meeting off. So one person wants 3 minutes and 30 seconds, another person wants 3 minutes and 15, another person wants 4 minutes, and pretty soon that whole time margin becomes larger, and so it pushes us off to a later time. And I'm sitting here, I can sit here all night long, but the reality is the people that work for us, it's unfair to them unless we're going to decide to tell the city manager, let his staff stay home half the day the next day. This is, it's not conducive to good management.
as far as cutting people off, there's two ideas I have on that. One, Emmett, would be for you to take control of the timer, and that way, if you feel somebody has a thought to finish, let them finish. The second would be just to have a policy for whoever has a timer that if somebody's in the middle of a sentence and has maybe, they go over 10 seconds to finish their thought, that's not really such a bad thing. Let's let them finish their thought and not be, and especially when we go back in person, we need a really clear way of telling people, like the candidates form, where you got somebody holding up a sign, but some kind of electronic thing or something saying 1 minute, 30 seconds, stop, and then let them just glide to a stop. You might call it a California stop, a little bit over the line, and finish their thought.
John, as well, that when people are talking and they're just continuing to talk, if you try to say your time is up, they don't hear you because they're talking at the other end. So now when we did
in person.
Pardon me?
It'll be better in person when we do get back in person. I totally agree.
But, as we did with the Zoom, we were able to put that clock up there so people could see it. And then I don't know how, I didn't pay much attention to it, but I do know people commented about, it was nice to see the time on it, but I don't know that we could do it under this circumstance, but.
To Councilmember Ebner's point, the case we had today was an individual that requested 3.5 minutes, and I did say you could have 3.5 minutes. It was in writing, but it was under the section of the oral comments at the end of the meeting, which granted 5 minutes to an individual. So we weren't granting anything different than we would anybody else. It was just at what point in the meeting. It was never asked to have that at the beginning of the meeting. And so I think, we need to be professional. Obviously, we don't want to cut somebody off right at 3:00 and I'm in the middle of a thought that you just give me 10 more seconds would be fine. But in terms of somebody making a request that has already timed out something that's longer, it's not because of the circumstances it went longer. We have a place in the agenda that they can speak to. What I've seen, and I'll just be honest to the council, what I've seen over the last 4 months of watching council meetings leading up to starting in the position, the council does a fantastic job wanting to take as much input from anybody, anywhere, anyhow, like it did today. We opened up the public comment period, people called in, then we went to discussing, and then 2 more people came in, so we went back to them, and then we went back to the council, and then we went back to them. I think in the process, if you're going to allow that, we open it, people are presenting what they need to convey to the council, you close it, and then the council deliberates, because you're taking in the input, whether it's up front, during, or after, and then considering that in your decisions. Where the scale's tipping, what I've seen in the last 5 months, is that the council is tipping in terms of input over deliberation in some cases. In other cases, the council deliberates very deeply, which is fantastic because some councils don't. And so what we're asking, we don't have a preference which way the council wants to go. I think the Zoom meeting worked out well. The volumes were high. I think the in-person provided a different dynamic that worked. And for somebody who doesn't want to use a computer, doesn't know how, they have an opportunity to address the council. What we just need to know is, what is your preference? And is what we're doing right now okay, or should we be adjusting in some fashion?
I think we need to adjust to your last question. I do think we need to adjust just because of the comments I've been hearing. And I hear, what the mayor's saying about the time, but I'll just point out that the current public comment period, limited at 30 minutes, only provides for 10 speakers at 3 minutes apiece. If you adjusted, let's say you went with 5 minutes, you'd have 6 speakers, only 4 less. And if you decided to up that, you'd end up to get the same number, you'd end up at 50 minutes to be able to get the same amount of speakers. So I just think we need to figure out how to make the meeting more efficient, to still be able to get the input from the community, as well as allow the people who in recent time have not been able to get through or just are not going to stay up late about an issue. And to be fair to the staff, is not to burn them out. I think we need to figure out a way to streamline this and consolidate it to the mayor's point in bringing this whole thing up.
Yeah, I agree with that. It makes sense to me. There's a there's a fine line between long enough and too long, and I think we've been hovering on the too long for too long.
So
I think Chris brings up a good point too, that the items should be structured a little bit better as far as the way hearing the item or talking about the item proceeds. So one idea would be to do it the way we have done it in the past, where staff introduces the item, there's questions, and they're really generally questions. They could be leading questions, could be tough questions, and may indicate where you're standing, but they're generally questions. And then we have the public talk, and that's it. When the public's done talking and the staff's done with the presentation, then the council deliberates. And the staff isn't really part of that discussion unless we need more information. So in other words, the staff does not become another council member at that point discussing it. The council is the one who's discussing at that point. I know that's a little rigid, but if we stuck to something like it, I'm just saying that to have these defined periods, then it would, I think, run smoothly. So we're not continually going back and forth with, staff adding another 3 or 4 minutes of input, and then we go to the public for some more input because somebody forgot to call. But if we ran it a little more on schedule, or whatever you want to call it, a format that is expected by everybody, I think that would streamline it and to everybody's point, make the discussion more efficient, allow for participation, and yet not allow for open-ended participation, like where somebody jumps in, from the public at the end of the discussion and wants to have one more comment. In fact, you remember Mayor Morris sometimes telling people, this is the council members' time to talk about it, when they were getting up or yelling something from the audience and trying to get some extra time in. But I think we just need to be fair about it, structured, and allow for as much input as possible. I think trying to cram it all into 30 minutes at the start of the meeting is not really a good way to get public comment on the various items. If we were to do that, you need to give people more than 3 minutes. They just, if there's 4 items they're interested in, they can't talk about it in 3 minutes. But that's just a thought. Anyway, so a little more structure to each item's discussion is what I was trying to convey.
Well, I know that Jeff is, at least I understand Jeff has indicated that if that he believes that we need to supply comments even if it's not a public hearing. Is that the way I understand it?
That's right. The Brown Act requires the public to be able to speak on every item on the agenda. Just
They do that at the beginning or the end of the meeting, right?
they can do it at the beginning, but not at the end, because at the end you're already done with the item. But they can do it all at the beginning, yes.
Okay, and does that affect the item 6A or 7A, the 5-minute comments at the end? Because at one point I heard in a discussion that 5-minute section wasn't required by law.
That 5-minute section is not required at all by law. That is something that the city of San Dimas decided to add to their agenda, I don't know when, but it's not required by law.
We decided to add it because we put a time limit at the beginning. At first, we didn't have a time limit at the beginning, and we'd have people talking for 20 minutes at the start of the meeting. So you think we've got long meetings now. We've had long meetings throughout the time I've been on the city council, and a lot of it was due to that. So when we put the time limit at the start and the total time limit of 30 minutes, we said, well, we got to give people a chance to talk so they can talk at the end especially about items that are not on the agenda. They just want to talk about it. And seriously, our meetings usually did go to 10 o'clock, maybe 11 o'clock. They were not the marathon meetings that we're talking about now.
And to Council Ebner's point, councils have taken one of two options in regards to that at the front end. They assess how many individuals want to speak, and they adjust the time per individual to meet that whatever limit, 30 minutes, 60 minutes at the beginning. And or they take that limit as not being a hard limit, but rather because we want to get through an efficient manner the business of the government, we'll give folks 30 minutes or 60 minutes up front to speak, and if there are more individuals that want to speak, the remaining amount of individuals then get moved to the back of the agenda to continue to convey that. But then you run into the issue of them not being able to address items on the agenda that you're deliberating on, so you wouldn't have that knowledge in making your decision.
That's right.
But how would you be able to determine how many people want to speak?
You have them submit the request to speak, and you have that ahead of time.
In writing, send an email, is that what you're saying?
I've seen councils do cards where you sign the card and, Chris Constantine wants to speak on item 5.2, and we submit it to the clerk, and the clerk tells you we have 12 speakers on this item. And then you grapple with the time associated with the number of people.
I know the card. I'm very familiar with the card, filling it out, but unfortunately, we're not in a position here where we can get a card and somebody's sitting on the other end of the phone trying to get through. We already have people complaining about the fact that they call and all they get's a busy signal, and I think that's just another hole that we're going to go down that's not going to work.
I would propose we consolidate, or I would propose we go to a place where we amend the language in the current agendas as written to be able to allow the public to comment about items on and off the agenda, which includes announcements from community service organizations and what have you at the beginning of the meeting, allotting them 3 minutes per speaker with a 30-minute limit, and allowing the mayor the discretion to adjust the time per speaker and period given the meetings. Because as of now, John can see the queue when we see what's going on there. And I'm open to any other minute proposal too. I'm flexible on that, and I'm flexible on all of it, frankly. I'm just thinking, we've opened up engagement with people being able to call in, Zoom in, and now even walk in. And I think that allows anybody, if you want to write, if you want to email, you want to call, you want to Zoom, or you want to show up, you can do it. And we get it all done at the front end there. And I think we still accomplish what we've set out to do in terms of hearing from the public.
If I may, the only legal issue I might have with that is the 3 minute per person is fine, or any minute per person is fine. But then the total time limit of 30 minutes on the oral communications, if you're going to make that be the only period during the meeting when the public can comment on all the items, limiting it to 30 minutes means you're limiting it to 10 callers, essentially. And I think that might be too restrictive. I would suggest just a minute limit per person, but then no limit on the total time, so that we make sure that every person who wants to speak on an item on the agenda is allowed to.
Well, I would have a problem with the fact that 3 minutes, and we're asking them to make comments on whatever they want to talk about on the entire agenda, So we're allowing them 3 minutes. Most people takes 3 minutes to talk about one item. And so now we're telling them, you got the entire agenda in front of you. You need to comment. It'd be a race. It wouldn't be legible.
Right.
Wouldn't be able to
So it's
understand
within your discretion to make that higher. Tonight, you could decide that you want that period to be 5 minutes per person, or 6 or 7.
Well, the way I understood it a couple of minutes ago, I could make that decision right on the spot. right? I could say, I've decided, and, just go ahead and talk, just keep talking. And pretty soon, 4 other people, except for John, because he's not here, would be putting a noose around my neck.
We could do it that way as well. Right now, we have a minute listed on the agenda, like 3 minutes. So we could put the minutes on the agenda, or you could decide on a case-by-case basis each meeting what the minute limit would be per person for that meeting.
Yeah.
Subject to being overruled by the rest of the council.
I wouldn't be opposed to allotting people, I guess, maybe 2 minutes with no cap on the comment period at the beginning, as not to limit it, but to allow people, would that be permissible? And if it's 2 minutes per speaker at the beginning of the meeting and we don't limit the comment period, could we, there's no limit on the second comment period as it's currently stood, correct?
The second comment period, there's a 5 minute.
Just 5
minutes. Oh, you mean
minutes.
total
time.
limit. No,
Right. Now we're asking them, I'm listening to you, but if 3 minutes isn't enough time to talk about all the items on the agenda, 2 minutes definitely ain't enough time.
Well, I'm just going to be honest. You go to any other government body, Board of Supervisors, some of the others, there's a hard limit and it shuts off. So, it's, whether it's the COG, mosquitoes, wherever you go, there's a time and that's what it is. So, you got to be clear and concise when you go. And it does cause people to call the Board of Trustees or the supervisors or send them emails so that everyone understands and they voice their comment for the record. So it's, I think we want people to participate. We want people to engage, but we also want to be fair to all the other issues that have been brought up here. So it's what's a reasonable time to the council to go through that outside of a public hearing, which we're going to do.
I've listened to the Santa Monica City Council meetings. If I get out of this meeting early enough, sometimes our meetings coincide, so it happens to be on the radio when I get in the car. And they do, was it Chris who was saying that they fill out the cards and they give them to the city clerk or somebody, and the mayor is calling them up one at a time. And it'll say, Jose Garcia is Jose Garcia speaking, and then they've got somebody in line, they're next, and after that it's so-and-so. So they're always got like 2 people in the queue waiting. And they do have comments on every item, which I think when you get right down to it, it's not really going to save a lot of time, and it probably reduces the number of confusion, the amount of confusion if you allow a time period. And as I say, allow the time period when people are done calling in, that's the end of the public comment period for that issue. And, barring some technical thing we know is going wrong, you don't get a do-over. You got to get in during the comment period. We've been really nice about it, so I think we should, we should still be nice, but we got to structure it just a little bit more where everybody understands what's going on.
John, one thing though is when we have the public call in, questions come up that truly the staff should address. And that's their opportunity, the staff, for us to give them a response back. Like tonight, Sherry addressed several issues that the public brought up that we had not brought up, and they deserve some kind of an answer.
That's a great point. I agree with you 100%. So yeah, the staff should respond to those before we have the discussion.
Right.
But we should the staff should just do it, and then we should have the discussion. There shouldn't be so much 2- and 3-way conversations among different parts of the meeting, like all the time. Right now, it's like everybody's in a giant study session the whole meeting long, and the public joins in at odd times. So I hate to seem so rigid about it, but if we structured it, and you as the mayor just said, okay, now we're doing this, now we're doing this, now we're doing this, the meetings would go a lot quicker, in my opinion.
John,
I think that would lead to a quicker meeting.
I agree with you. Okay, I can become a lot more rigid. I don't think people are going to like it, but I can do that. But I want to put out a point that's here. The first half hour, 3 minutes, the mayor does not have the discretion to give anybody additional time. doesn't have it. He's only allowed to do it under oral communications at the 5-minute speakers and or as may be determined by the chair. I don't have the ability to say, you got 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
Well, the 3-minute limit hasn't been a problem. It really hasn't been a problem. There's a few people that want to talk more than 3 minutes, but on the whole, most people get through with their discussion after 3 minutes.
Well, I somewhat disagree with you, Dennis, on this, and this is the first time you and I have disagreed on certain things. The reality is, when people are talking, Brad mentions half dozen times to most people, your time is up, your time is up. Then he turns it off. But people are still talking, okay? If we're not going to be rude, okay, then we got to let them finish, like you said, their comments. But their comments can continue to go on, okay? And they don't hear us because they don't hear us say your time. I guarantee you half the people don't hear the staff saying your 3 minutes is up because they're in the process of talking. It's like trying to call somebody on a cell phone. You're talking to them on a cell phone and then you say, well, yes. They don't hear you say yes. They're talking.
Well, I'm going to throw a wrench in this, and I'm going to disagree with the mayor, and I agree with you, Dennis, that I'm going to put it like this, though, as an example. Mr. Daniel called in, and if he had brought his comments up regarding the item in the 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, then staff would have been prepared to address the questions when the item came up as part of their presentation. And I feel, as staff has done in the past, when public brings up comments at the front end, they usually anticipate those comments and do answer them during their presentation. I hear what the mayor's saying with regards to warning people about their time, but I wouldn't say we're being rude. I'd say we're being disciplined. And, we all understand that, as we all have our times as well.
I would just say that, at points during this whole COVID thing, there have been plenty of people that have called in and exceeded their time limit. And when Brad has, let them know several times, like we were saying, that they're over their time limit, they begin to start talking louder and faster. So I think they can hear you, it's just that they don't want to hear you. And it's a matter of respecting, I think, the meeting and people's time. And if we're having to tell somebody 4, 5, 6, 7 times that their time has expired, I think we don't have much of a choice other than to kind of disconnect. I'm 100% in favor of having comment period stay the same at 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, limited to 30 minutes, and then having a comment period at the end like we normally would. But yes, adding comments to each individual agenda item does extend the meeting, and I would absolutely welcome finding a way to streamline that, and I think that would address that. I think we're also, touching on John's point, we also need to take responsibility for some time as well. We do, I think, way too much talking in circles, and we'll say the same point 4, 5, 6, 7 times. And, at a certain point, when we're having to do that, we're not making a different point. We're not making any different arguments, and we're artificially extending the meeting ourselves. So having the discipline, in addition to the call-in discipline, having the discipline amongst ourselves to make our points concise. And then, if we're going to call a question and vote on it, just call the question and vote on it rather than spend time spinning our tires. I think that we do.
Eric, I think you're absolutely right.
Can you run that by me one more time?
Yeah.
Well, Emmett, why don't you...
I've got one more point, one more new idea, different than what has been spoken about before, before we hear from the public. And that's that the Zoom meeting timer worked really well. So I'm on Zoom right now. I'm seeing all of you, and I'm seeing Chris and Jeff and Deborah and the rest of the council. So for the people dialing in or calling in, whatever you want to call it, remotely, the phone should still be an option. I agree. But I think we should, if we're going to do Zoom anyway, because I'm going to be remote until things get a lot safer. If we're going to do Zoom anyway, let the public join by Zoom. Let them talk by Zoom because they're talking in real time then. And you can literally put that timer on the screen, and then they really know that the 3 minutes is coming up, and they better start wrapping up at 2:45 and not think they're going to be going 30 more seconds after 3 minutes. But that was the beauty of the Zoom comment period, because people really, really knew, and they had a literal timer on the screen. So that's the one suggestion I would make that hasn't been brought up, but I'll bring it up, that having Zoom, I know it's an additional thing, but the sound quality was good. And as much as you're hearing me, I hope I'm coming across okay, but you would be hearing these speakers in that quality, and they would be able to know how much time we had left.
I did like Zoom, so I'll agree with you on that. The only kind of issue that I had with Zoom was there was a couple of points in the meeting where the public unmuted themselves outside of a public comment period and kind of carried on a little conversation or threw in a quip here, which again touches on the respecting the meeting part, which I felt like I'm not sure Zoom itself could support any particular way of preventing that. I just don't know.
John can prevent that on his end. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not 100%.
John, I have no idea what you just said.
Oh, I think John Lee can prevent people from unmuting themselves. You can control that on the meeting host side.
Yeah, that was the only kind of issue that I saw with Zoom. Otherwise, I agree the quality was pretty good and it was more real time.
Well, maybe we should look to have staff go and look at some of these other cities. I know you looked at a couple, but look at what they're doing as far as allowing the public to come into chambers to speak and what precautions they're taking, as well as survey perhaps who is allowing commenting on every item versus who has consolidated their oral comment periods and who has a second comment period, and maybe bring that back. Because I mean, it sounds, I mean, the one thing I think we all agree on is there's definitely an interest in addressing, to your point at the very beginning of this, is addressing what's going on during our meetings. I just don't know if we're at that stage yet where we know exactly what that is.
Well, I still have difficulty thinking that we're going to allow people 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting to address all the items in the agenda that they want to address. And then coming back to it. I think the time, unfortunately, has to be longer. But
just a question. How is that any different than the way it's been since 1960 or whatever it's been? I mean, in seriousness, it's been like that pre-COVID. It was the 3 minute.
But it's a lot different. It's a lot different when a person's standing there, and they're being noticed. I don't know that people hear that the buzzer. On the phone. I have no idea. All I do know is I disagree with all of you when you say that these people have been within 3 minutes, because nobody is ever within 3 minutes. Very, very seldom is anybody within
Sean Cazares.
Yeah, it's like he measures.
He yields back his time.
Oh, they're allowed to speak at each public hearing. Even if there's 3 of them, they can speak 3 times. They can speak at each one.
Right.
So they're not limited. I mean, in 3 minutes, they can talk about whatever they want to talk, but in each public hearing, person can speak.
And really, if they had something that was, a 10-minute monologue, nothing's preventing them from typing that up and submitting it in public comments and having it entered on the record to be included in the minutes as well. So, I mean, there's a medium for that, I think, too.
Right.
Well, as we know, and Mr. Enderle submitted an email with his comments on it. So it's possible to be done. But with that being said, I am going to bring the meeting back to now, and we'll open it up for public comments. John?
We have 3 callers in the queue.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. This is Isabel. Just calling. Wanted to comment. The council has a desire to hear and see members of the public in person. It seems like that's important to the council, and meeting on Zoom has been challenging for some folks. I would like to request that if meeting in person was an option, that the city also maintained the option to call in. I believe someone mentioned an equity issue, and I do believe that there are a lot of people in the community who wouldn't be able to come in person during this time of COVID due to having a compromised immune system or maybe having a family member who is at high risk. And so just to continue to have that option, I think would be a benefit to some members of the community. Mayor Badar's point, I just wanted to echo what he said. I do believe that if the council were to decide to have one comment period at the very beginning of the meeting, should be extended beyond the 3 minutes, because if there are 5, 6 items on an agenda that someone wants to comment on, 3 minutes is a very short amount of time to get your comments in about every single item. And one other benefit that I personally see about having a public comment for each agenda item is that, sometimes people read the agendas and don't completely understand what the topic is. And so when you're sitting here listening to staff's report, like with Ms. Garwick today, for example, she's going through the whole presentation. And then as someone who's listening, that helps me understand what's going on. And then maybe some questions arise, or maybe she answered my questions and I don't need to call in anymore. So that's one reason to continue having public comment throughout the meeting. And lastly, I just want to advocate that if you do decide to eliminate public comment throughout the meeting and only have the initial public comment period, I would like to request that you maintain the public comment period at the very end of the meeting to allow people to speak to the council about other matters that are relevant to them in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad, would you please vocalize the number that people can call in? It's not on the screen.
Yeah, the number for your oral comments is 909-394-6206.
Repeat that, please.
909-394-6206.
Thank you. Okay, is there any way we can get it on the screen?
Yeah, we're working on it right now.
Okay. And do we have any more callers?
Yes, we have more callers.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hello, City Council. I think we've just looked at the issue. We've sat here, I'm not sure how long, listening to the poor little horse be beaten to death over issues about calling in or how the meetings run or what's the time. And it seems like it illustrates exactly what the problem is. We had a huge, long discussion last time about nepotism. We had a huge, long discussion about something else. We had a huge, long discussion about other things, and it didn't go anywhere. Things just get pushed on down the road. Nothing gets decided. Here's the best solution right now in the middle of a pandemic. Go to Zoom. I know that you keep pushing back on that, but go to Zoom. The staff can be home. They don't have to drive home at 1 o'clock in the morning. The quality of the sound is better. The timer is better. The whole meeting is much clearer, and the quality is so much better. Go back to Zoom. You have a lot more people calling in now because the word has gotten out that people need to get involved in their community. That's why more people are calling in. That's not going to stop. We, the callers, are not holding up the meeting. The council is holding up the meeting. You have inefficient meetings. You have no leadership. You are the issue. And if you think that you're going to limit the community's time, it's not going to work. We are here. We are staying. We are up till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. We want to be involved in our community. This is our city. This is what we need to do. And we've put the word out for people to get more involved and watch the meetings. So be concise. Run the meeting from Zoom. It's COVID. I notice you have no safety barriers there. You don't consider the staff. Let's just try to adult and try to get these meetings back on track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, this is Gary Enderly. Just a couple of general comments. One, I think you can continue doing your city council meetings the way you have been doing them. I think that's been very affectionate, very good. In any case, I did want to clarify something. I think for the most part, I can't remember any time I went over 3 minutes when I was allotted 3 minutes. Last time I specifically asked for probably 30 seconds longer because I read my own speech I was going to make, and it took 30 seconds longer. So I contacted the mayor. The mayor referred me to the city manager. I specifically stated that I needed an extra 30 seconds prior to, or I'm sorry, at the opening oral communications. And I requested that because your meetings have been running long, and I didn't want to wait till 1 o'clock in the morning to make my statement. So I asked for that, and I was given approval to do that. And for some reason, I guess there was some misunderstanding as far as the allowing me that additional time. But the emails that I sent to the city manager clearly specifies, as well as when I talked to the mayor, that it was the opening oral communications I was requesting additional 30 seconds for. So I'm sorry for whatever confusion that was. Other than that, I'll save my other comments for the closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more, John?
We still have a few more. Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
So I want to agree with the first caller in regards to the timing of pushing this off. There's a lot of different issues that the community would be interested in commenting on, and I think to limit the community in regards to what engagement they can have, and this seems to be a topic that comes up a lot recently. You know, there's a lot of limitation on what the community is allowed to participate in regards to their city, and a lot of this doesn't come back to the community to vote on or anything. It's completely reliant on the council members' vote. So to further limit communities' ability to speak up and say, hey, I either agree with this, or hey, can we tweak this a little bit, or oh, there's this issue that's a really great issue, can we please add our support to it, or
the opposite way of, hey, I'm actually against this. This is happening in my neighborhood and I don't agree with it. And Mr. Mayor, you actually stated you had no idea where the Wild Rose Street was. And Mr. Vienna, you even said that you actually drove out because you didn't know where it was either. I believe only Weber stated he knew where it was. He grew up near it. You have a large city with a lot of constituents, and I do think it's unreasonable for you to be familiar with every single street, every single constituent. So in this case, you might have a lot of people with a lot of different varying interests that may not necessarily even be their city, but their street. But because it's happening in an area where they might work or they drive through or their friend lives there, that's where their kids go to school or whatnot, it does still affect them. So to further limit people, I think is not a good thing. I also want to comment that I did call earlier once. I called multiple times this meeting, but once I did get cut off because I went over the 3 minutes. On my cell phone, I don't hear you speak to me. So when you say, hey, you have reached your 3 minutes, I don't hear it because I'm in the middle of talking. My phone actually noise cancels it. So I want you to consider that. And it's not, now I do understand, Mr. Weber, yes, some people do it on purpose, but that's not always the case. So please be semi-considerate with that not all of us do see that. I did like the Zoom format with the 3 minutes. Also, emails aren't read out, and they're not always posted online, and a lot of emails don't even somehow get posted in public comments. So the email is not a very good way to reach out to our city council, and not all of our council members are actually approachable and available to discuss these issues either. That's been made very clear throughout last year. So I just wanted to point that out. Again, I do understand these meetings get very long, agree, but I just think there's
Excuse me,
better
ma'am,
ways to do this than
your
limiting
3
them.
minutes has expired. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
So I think a lot of the issues that is presented in this discussion, I think going back to the Zoom meeting is something I would prefer. I liked how it was structured, and I liked that you can clearly hear people. I think that's something that council should do instead of just doing this. Bringing people back into the city council is a very unideal option. I'm not, as much as I would love to be in the same room with you guys, I can't. I want to limit as much exposure to people in regards to the pandemic. I do have family members who have compromised immune systems, so I don't want to get them sick. I don't want to have to go through that pain. So I think all of I think the best option would probably going to Zoom, as well as allowing those who aren't tech savvy to call in with the number on the screen. So that's all I had to say.
John?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Patrick Jones. I got a heck of an echo. I think that the older council members, Dennis and Emmett and John, should remember what you guys used to have. And there didn't used to be a time limit on public comments, and you only had one session. But it was only after you put a time limit on the first session of comments that they were required under the Brown Act to allow for a longer session or a longer period of time, because 3 minutes alone was not enough. But it used to be in San Dimas that there wasn't a time limit. And the other thing is that in the speech that the mayor gives for public comments, the first sentence says that it is only for items that are not on the calendar or on the agenda. It's for items that people can bring up that the council may not know about. It's our ability to talk to the council directly. That's the purpose of this. And the other thing is on public hearings. I don't believe that there's supposed to be a time limit on public hearings when you are, and I may be wrong, but and Jeff may clarify that, but there's sometimes that you're talking about stuff that is complex, and it's not. There may be a back and forth that happens when you're talking to the citizens, whereas the public comment section is about talking things that aren't on the agenda. It says it right in the rules. So I don't understand why all this confusion is. If you eliminate the second session, then you're going to have to open it up to a lot more time, because allowing only 10 citizens to talk per night is not going to pass the Brown Act muster, as far as my opinion. Thank you. Have a good night.
We limited, Mr. Jones is right. There was one individual, I think we know who that would speak for a half hour.
Yeah. Are you on? Are we on?
Yeah, thank you for calling. Please state your name.
Comment afterward.
And your 3 minutes starts now.
Hi, I just want to say that I agree 100% with the previous caller. That it is not the callers that are extending the meeting. The last meeting that was Zoom was the most effective meeting we've seen in months. And I'm shocked that you're back in council chambers right up against each other. Thank you.
Thank you. To piggyback on Dennis, the one thing that Mr. Jones did say, or he said many things, but the one thing he's actually accurate about, we never had a time limit on public hearing items. They're all the way up until that I can remember. And then now, because of what's happened, we've now started, having these time limits. But I'm not sure that, and I'd ask Jeff to clarify it, but I don't believe, well, I can just say that we, the council at the current, the last council, did not ever have a time limit on public hearing matters.
It's not my opinion that we are or have had time limits on public hearings. I think we may be confusing agenda items and letting people comment as a legal hearing, and that is not a legal public hearing. I mean, that's my understanding.
No, that's the way I understand it too. But public hearings themselves, we never had a time limit.
Never did.
Never.
I don't think we ever have. We have not since.
Can you have a time limit on a public hearing?
Yes, you can put a time limit on people speaking during formal public hearings. You can.
Okay.
What most cities do as a protection is if there is a applicant, like a developer, for instance, they will let the developer speak longer than the time period. But the general person commenting at the public hearing, you can have a time limit on them.
All right.
2 more. Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, this is Cindy Williams, and I have been listening to the discussion. I feel that Zoom is not the way to go. There is nothing like in person. I realize that we do have the COVID situation, but if you are standing there, as you discussed, being able to address the council from outside or at the door, it's safer than going to Costco. We are blessed in this city. I have been here a long time, and any time that I have had a situation or need information and I have reached out to the council, every single person has returned my call and talked to me. So I would encourage people to reach out to council people and talk to them before these meetings if you have things to discuss. But I appreciate you addressing this, and it is a business, and I believe that it should be conducted that way, and that 3 minutes is plenty, and I believe that you have addressed it very professionally, and I appreciate your attention to this.
Thank you. John?
One more caller.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Good evening. This is Crystal Jones-Bacon. Oh, there's quite an echo tonight. I'm reaching out in regards to the community being involved in both the city council meetings, engaged civically, and even simply volunteering within the city. I find it quite disheartening that we are currently at a second consecutive meeting during which it can appear to us, the public, your constituents, the people whom have elected you all to represent us, that you're trying to limit the speech and engagement in our city. Last week there was a discussion of limiting who can serve in committees, commissions, etc., as well as what sounded closely like attempts to stifle the First Amendment rights to free speech by those who are serving on the committees, commissions, etc., to now today what sounds again like an attempt to quiet your community and their involvement. We cannot complain in one agenda item about people not responding to city requests to vote for speed limits or the implementation of speed bumps, then in the subsequent comment complain that there is too much civic engagement or discussion from the constituents of the city on the agenda items and the items before the city council. I agree, the city council meetings have been long and have taken a toll, as there are many other citizens who also stay up at night in order to listen to the meetings into the mornings and have to work the following days as well in order to hear what is happening, because to us, this matters and it is important. I second the suggestions of Zoom, as well as the suggestions of allowing the continued discussion of your constituents, as well as the requirements to rein in the meetings overall, and possibly even cut down on city council comments at the very end of the meetings, which can often be quite lengthy. And while I understand, and I can't wait till the day we can all sit in the city council meetings with you guys in person and also speak, when it comes to COVID and the discussions of, sitting in the chambers being safer than in Costco, we had a total of 14 deaths in the city of San Dimas from the beginning of COVID until the month of November. From the month of November until the end of December, that death count doubled and we had 30. Now we're on track to have between 56 and 60 deaths in our city alone. So in order to say that we are perfectly safe in opening it up and putting your constituents outside or in the TV room is just, it's not a good call. It's not a safe call. And it's something that I would be really sad to see the city do. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
No more callers.
All right, I'll go ahead and bring this back for discussion. I don't know what more we can discuss. I'll hear.
Well, I'll make a couple comments and then hopefully not say anything more about it. But I think I alluded to Zoom being a good way of doing the meetings. And I think that really is the best option. We should be remote. The COVID is still at the surge maybe just peaked, but that means it's really high cases and deaths, including in San Dimas. So that being said, I respect the rest of the city council on wanting to meet in person if they want to do that. As long as I'm allowed to continue participating via Zoom. As I said before, other people should be allowed to join the Zoom session. You get the clarity, you get the real time. I think it's more efficient getting from one person to the other. If we're always waiting for the calls, and we have to, of course. But so I think Zoom is the best idea. That being said, I'm not going to beat that to death. I just feel that in these times is the best idea until it gets a lot safer. Lastly, the only other thing is talking about having the public talk in person. There's nobody on the city council who wants those days to return more than I do. I can't wait for that. I can't wait for no masks. I can't wait for having the city council packed with the people who have been calling in and seeing them want to speak at the microphone. And so that day is coming. I think the pandemic perhaps has peaked, but that means that it's still at almost the top of the mountain. Last week, and my website has a link to the county department that has these numbers, but last week, there were 50 deaths in San Dimas total. This week, tonight, there are 57. That is a high incidence of mortality. It is not safe to go back to normal. It is not safe to encourage people to go back to normal. We have been lucky, all of us on the council, who have not gotten COVID. Thankfully, some of us are getting the vaccines and everything like that. But at this point, it is not a good idea. It's good to show that we care about each other. And it's not our own protection. That's part of it, obviously, and those we love who might have conditions or might be worried about getting COVID. But we need to show that we care about each other and the people in our community by protecting them by our actions and by showing leadership in what we do to take the COVID pandemic seriously and do everything we can to minimize contact when we don't have to. And so I don't think it's a good idea to start inviting people in. Again, those are my comments. I'll go along on those things with what the council wants to do as long as we continue the Zoom and the dial-in. But I appreciate wanting to keep the meeting shorter, and I guess that's about all I have to say, and I'll try not to add anything else. I think you get my point.
Any further comments?
I think we should just continue doing what we're doing this evening. Those of us that want to come here, come to the dais. Those that want to participate by Zoom can participate by Zoom. If a majority of us want to do it by Zoom, then we should all do it by Zoom. But I'm not sure the majority of us want to do it that way.
I agree with you. I support the choice for each respective council member. I agree with that point. I have no issue coming. And I do agree with John's point that we should look out for each other as well as the community. And that also weighs into, to be frank, if John, you're getting less than 3 hours of sleep between council meetings and work, that can impact immune systems. And obviously that is also part of the impetus of this discussion, not just for council, but for staff. And so I do think we need to be mindful of all of those things collectively, so we're not burning the candle at both ends, so to speak. That being said, and after hearing the community, I still believe, what's been tried and proven for many years is the format in which the council has used for many years. And that was the oral communications period at the beginning of the meeting, 3 minutes per person, 30 minutes cap. And I can agree with Eric, which is what the standard had been for council for a long time, that we had a second communications period allowing people to speak for 5 minutes. I would propose that we go back to that format and that we allow people to engage in those respective oral communications periods, either in person, by Zoom, or call in. And that should allow them to be able to comment on any item for which they'd like, and they can address the matters that they wish. So, I mean, I wouldn't change anything on the language at the beginning of the meeting, and I wouldn't change the oral communications period, but I would say, you know, barring a public hearing, we're not going to hear comments on every single item. That would be my preference.
I could get on board with that. I think it's completely reasonable. It's, in line with what we've always done. Specifically allowing the public to Zoom in, that's fine with me. Opening that up to the public is totally reasonable. And I agree that the quality is better. So I think that would be a pretty reasonable solution.
I understood Jeff to say that we needed to take comment on issues not involving a public hearing. Anything we talk about, anything we discuss, is that true or not true?
Yes, you do. You need to allow the public to comment on every agenda item, but that can all be done during the oral communications period at the beginning of the meeting, and not separate comment periods on every item.
So we could amend the language as it's currently written to allow members of the public to comment for any item on or off the agenda during that particular comment period, and still allow the second oral communications period because of the time constraint at the beginning? Or should we just eliminate the second comment period and have a opened time period for the first comment period?
That's what I would prefer, because if you have the 30-minute time limit on the oral communications at the beginning, then you're limiting the entire comment on the entire agenda to 10 people.
Right.
At 3 minutes apiece. And I don't think that will fly.
I agree.
So if you're going to make that one comment period at the beginning the time for the public to comment on everything on the agenda, I don't think there should be a 30-minute time limit on that. I don't think there should be any time limit on that.
And you still have comments during public hearings. Separate.
And you'd still have separate comments during public hearings, right? Only public hearings. And you could still have a 3-minute per person time limit, or 5, or 2, or 6, or 7, whatever you wanted to do per person.
Then I would, going along with city attorney's thoughts on that matter, 3 minutes per person, no time crunch or time limit to that first oral communications period, and then we still have, for public hearings only, we have the traditional hearing.
And then what would your motion, if that's a motion, what would it be with regard to the oral communications at the end? We don't need that anymore, or?
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not opposed to a second oral communications period necessarily, but if all of the items on or off the agenda are addressed at the first oral communications period, I just don't see that in the recent past that anything fruitful has come from the second oral communications period. I mean, to be frank, most of the second oral communications period is coming up very late, and it's not folks or segments of the community that maybe haven't already commented on all the other items. And so, and that's some of the frustration that I've heard from folks as well. So, whatever council wants to do with that, I'm indifferent about it. I do think that the people that want to call and comment, chamber, Rotary, librarian, whatever, are going to do it at the very beginning. And if it's a public hearing, they have the opportunity to comment during the public hearing, so we make sure for those items we get what needs to be said. And we have electronic public comment as well that can be submitted. So I don't really see a need for the second comment period.
Well, I think we should try this. I think we should try this.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only reason that, the only thing I have concerns about is at the beginning, everybody says what they got to say, then we have as we're talking, Okay, and those agenda items that aren't a public hearing, if things are said during that period of time, at the end, people may have comments about, they agreed or disagree or what clarification. So I'm really not sure. I can go along with what Dennis and Ryan are saying about give it a try for a couple of meetings and see if it's working. And if it's not, then, there is a little bit of concern. What we're doing isn't obviously efficient, or at least maybe I'm not making it efficient, I guess. But the reality is we go in circles around here. And so I'll go along with whatever the council wants.
I think you make that as a motion. I second it.
I made that as a motion.
If I may, the direction would be enough if you allow us to just try that. It sounds like what I'm hearing is no public speakers in the meeting, 3 minutes per person, no limit on the first oral communications, with additional public comment only during public hearings.
I think it was allowing in-person comment for oral communications period, in addition to call-in and Zoom. So if any member of the public, less than 10 or whatever it is, not to be in the chambers at once, but one at a time, to be allowed to come and speak at the podium, to accommodate anybody. There may be nobody, but there may be somebody.
In-person, Zoom, and phone for the first oral communication, and also on the public hearing, public comment, the same 3 modalities, or just Zoom, phone?
No, I would say if we're going to allow it for oral communications, I think we should allow the same method if it's Zoom, in person, or call-in. I think we should expand the opportunity for anybody that may need that type of communication.
If that's the direction of council, we'll work out the technological piece for the in-person side, and we'll give it a try at the next meeting.
Question for the maker of the motion or anybody supporting it. The initial oral communications period, are you saying that there's 3 minutes for a person and that person gets only one time to speak during that oral communications period and cover all the agenda items and whatever else is on their mind in those 3 minutes?
Actually, those individuals have the opportunity to submit public comments electronically at any time with the whole litany of issues and concerns that they may have, in addition to the 3 minutes during the oral communication period.
And then would you read those, would we have the city clerk or somebody read those out loud at the beginning, or how would that be handled?
The same way they always have. They'll be posted. They'll be posted, and they'll just be noted into the record as they always have.
So in other words, so for the call-in period, we're going to be limiting speakers to 3. I'm just getting this straight. So during a meeting, absent a public hearing, so for everything besides public hearings, a speaker is going to be allowed to speak for a total of 3 minutes for the entire meeting, all agenda items.
And able to submit a public comment via email and call a council member and ask staff. Absolutely.
Let me ask the question one more time.
Oh, I hear your question. You know the answer, John.
As far as speaking, actually talking, a person will be able to talk for a total of 3 minutes, no more. Is that correct? In addition to the other methods you mentioned.
I've answered it, staff. Maybe you can clarify for the council member.
What I'm hearing is a 3 minute per person, no limit at the beginning with any of the modalities. My understanding is the same language that's in the agenda would be the language we provide, and that the mayor still has the discretion under the Brown Act for adjustment of any time. And I would ask Jeff can clarify that if that's still the case.
Yes, the mayor would still have the authority. Well, he actually doesn't now, based on the language of our agenda. But I think what we would make it is so that the mayor would have the authority on a case-by-case basis to allow speakers more time on a case-by-case basis. The language on the agenda would need to be changed to say that speakers during the first oral communications period, this is your opportunity to speak on any item on the agenda, and that there will not be another opportunity to speak on items on the agenda other than public comment period, public hearings.
You know, in the past, we have not had public comments on anything but public hearings.
Right.
There weren't any public comments.
That's...
Except at the beginning, you know, the 30 minutes.
That's right, but the difference is, all those times in the past, we have had people in the audience. So if someone did want to speak on an item, they had the opportunity to raise their hand or stand up, come to the podium, and say, I'd like to speak on this item. But now, with no public allowed in the audience, we don't know if there's someone out there who wants to speak on the item or not.
I guess my question, though, Jeff, on that is, in talking with others, is that if it's not a public hearing, it was up to the chair whether or not to recognize that person.
Then that would not be compliant with the Brown Act, because the Brown Act requires the public to be able to speak on every item on the agenda. Our little blurb here under oral communications right now states that if you wish to address the City Council on any item on this agenda, you may do so at this time, or ask to be heard when the agenda item is considered later.
Right. Change that.
Yeah,
I'm going to change that, but that's what the language is now.
I think Jeff's just clarifying the language. I'm trying to get clarity from what the council's asking, that in the agenda packet, we will change the language of the oral communication to reflect people's ability to speak at the beginning using any of the three modalities: in person, Zoom, telephone, and to do so for a period of 3 minutes or as determined by the mayor for a period of time that's either unlimited or as determined by the mayor, and to allow public comment in those same three modalities in the same manner during public hearing items.
That's exactly what I meant, and amend my motion to reflect that.
And is that, Dennis, is that your understanding? The remaining council, is that?
You know.
Okay. Yes, I understand the motion.
I understand the motion. I believe it's unreasonable to expect a speaker looking at the entire agenda, 3 minutes, to voice whatever they have. And I realize that I have the ability to extend them more time, but I also realize that there's going to be somebody out there with a stopwatch that says, you allowed the guy 2 minutes ago. You know, there's going to be conversation about that. I already can see it, you know. You gave this man 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and you gave this man 3 minutes and 12, and then you held me up to 3.
Mayor, what time's reasonable to you?
You know what? I hate to say it, but 5 minutes is more reasonable.
All right, amended to 5.
But the reality is, I think we spent an hour going nowhere. You know, if I had my druthers right now, I'd say go right back to where we were, because I think we're just spinning our wheels. But I will entertain whatever the majority of the council wants. I'll be fine.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Do you want the 3 or do you want 5?
I'm gonna use my benefit to have discretion.
So then we'll stay at 3 for the motion, and the mayor has the discretion given the circumstance and the language.
Fine.
Can we call the question?
I think I understand that, and so council decides.
This is definitely legal. I think it's unwise to limit public participation in this way. I'll be voting no.
I'm okay with it the way it was motion?
I think we need a roll call vote.
Was this just direction or we
It
voted?
was discussion and direction.
But we made a motion.
I think, Jeff, is that sufficient agenda notice for?
We have direction from 3 council members. If you would like to take a vote, you can. It's not required.
Can we do it with consensus then and move forward?
It sounds
We
like.
have it.
Yeah,
All right.
it sounds like
it.
3 have said we're okay with it.
Okay, no, I want to vote yes, because I want to be able to bring it back.
You can make a council request to bring this back anytime you would like. Any meeting, you can make a future agenda item request to discuss this again.
Mr. Mayor, I think the original question at hand was staff wanted some direction as to whether you wanted any changes because we had changed to Zoom for months being one way. And I didn't feel comfortable making unilateral decisions for the council on how you wanted to proceed. And so the direction we have now is let's try this and see what the limitations, what the impacts are, and then we can revisit what other changes do we want to make to it. So I think without the council even directing us to come back at a time certain meeting, we will bring it back just to make sure the council is okay with the way the meetings are currently being held. Because we will hear from the public in terms of the impacts, and we will see it at the meetings, and we'll see how the time of the meeting plays out with these changes.
All right, so you have a consensus, we can move on to the next item?
Yes. Thank you. In terms of the goal line, there will be tree removals for Bonita Cataract and San Dimas Avenue north of Bonita, and they're scheduled for this week. Work on the widening and traffic signal work at San Dimas Avenue, Bonita also begins this week, and at San Dimas and Commercial. I'll just limit those comments to the update on that.
Okay. Okay, members of the audience, speakers are limited to 5 minutes or may be determined by the chair. Oral communications? As someone said, it's been streamed and it's running slower, so we'll give it a couple of minutes, or a minute and a half or so.
Oh, we have one caller.
Okay?
Thank you for calling. Please state your name and your 5 minutes starts now.
Hi, my name is Patrick Jones, and I'm calling in regards to what you were just talking about. If I understand right, you're doing away with the second public comment section, and you're taking away the 30-minute limit on the first comment section. Is that what I'm understanding correct?
Correct.
So when we have 100 people that walk into the chambers, when we have had that in the past, the reason that rule was put in place was because you weren't even getting to the agenda until 11 o'clock at night. Are you guys lost your ever-loving mind? That was the reason why the 30-minute rule was put in. Plus, by not talking about you could only talk about things that weren't on the agenda, because if the mayor decided that there needed to be public comment or whatever that was on the agenda, then he would open it up. But you're now going to make it so that people have to call in and run through everything that's on the agenda. That's not the purpose of the public comment. The purpose of the public comment is to get information to the council as a body, and you've gone crazy. I don't agree with Jeff. I know I'm not an attorney, but I believe that there was a legal definition from LA County district attorneys when this first happened. And that was the reason that you have the second discussion, or the 5-minute rule on the second period of time. Denny was there, Emmett was there, and John was there. And I can't believe that you guys don't remember what was going on. Sid McSudian made this happen. And I know Denny didn't want to say the name, but that's exactly what happened. And I don't understand how you're going back down the rabbit hole, because you don't understand what's going to end up happening. You're going to end up with people that are really upset about something, and you're going to end up with 100 people talking for 3 minutes or whatever, and you're never going to get any business done. That's why you enacted it. So I don't understand where you're going with this, but I really think you ought to get another legal determination. The public comments, not for the agenda items. You deal with the agenda as it comes in, so that people, if you're talking about something on First Street, there hasn't been a presentation or anything else. How am I supposed to talk about that before it's even been presented? That does not make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. We have to be able to talk about what is going on in the city, not just what you don't know about, but the things that are on the agenda. And cutting it down to 3 minutes for people to talk about is going to end up, you will lose under the Brown Act. And I will be that guy with the stopwatch. And you can't decide what you want to listen to and what you don't want to listen to. That's the problem. That's what you're trying to get around, and it will come back to bite you. Probably not with our DA, but when the integrity unit was what it's supposed to be, that should be it. I'm sorry, I don't understand how you guys can go down this rabbit hole. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. This is Gary Enderly. I have to agree with Patrick. I'm really confused in what direction you're going and why you're going in that direction. It might be time, since it's getting so late, to table it and bring it back in the next meeting and have a firm idea what you want to do. The other thing, seeing people in person would be great, but the problem there is it's going to cause your meetings to go longer too, and it's going to cause more work for staff to follow the COVID-19 guidelines with all these people, assuming some people would be interested in coming. Also, sending in emails is great, but we have no idea that the council members are reading those emails. That's why the public wants to speak to you, either in person, as we have in the past prior to COVID, or even now by phone. So I don't think you're going to get a lot of people sending emails in without knowing that you're reading them. I've already discussed earlier about the emails I sent and got no response. And if that's the same way with the rest of the people, then that should be a real concern. Let's see, a couple other things. It shouldn't be the mayor being the bad guy. If he's the one that's going to say, okay, you could have a little bit more time, or no, you can't, there's maybe favoritism showed in that respect, or at least the perception of it. So I would like to see you have just a firm rule to follow, and follow those rules. I have one other item that I want to go into more detail with, different than what I've just got through with. And you have a copy of this already, but I'll read it for the public. As you know, of the 88 communities in the county of Los Angeles, San Dimas is the only non-diverse city council. Let me repeat that. Of the 88 communities in the county of Los Angeles, the city of San Dimas is the only non-diverse city council. Basically, what I'm saying is the face of our council is not the faces of our community. The last time we had a partially diverse city council was when Maria Tortorelli was what I believe the first and only councilwoman to serve our community. With that said, I completely understand that all of you were voted in and are entitled to be on the city council, but what does that say about our community? In my opinion, it means we have to do a better job in reaching out to our residents to encourage them to get more involved in our community. You all talk about community engagement, but what have we done to encourage that? You have a golden opportunity to do that in the very near future. As you know, soon we will be getting a new captain at the San Dimas Sheriff Station. As the mayor said during the candidate forum, the council interviews for that position. In doing so, I would like to suggest that you add at least a couple of residents to serve on the interviewing committee. I'm sure there are several qualified and available candidates in our city. To have a diverse committee, I would like to see a woman and a person of color to be part of that process. I did request to be on the committee, but the more I thought about it, I would just be another white guy. Obviously, the city council would vote on who they finally select, but hopefully with residents' input. Now, I might just put a footnote to this that I have discussed this with 3 of the council people, and I have not gotten response on the direction in which you're going. So I'd like to have that put on the agenda maybe at the next meeting so the community can know in what direction you plan on going. Thank you.
Any more?
3 more.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, City Council, members of the audience. I would just like to say I agree with the statement of Patrick Jones, and I'll leave it at that. Recently, there has been a lot of media attention about a campaign in Los Angeles County. News organizations such as ABC7, CBS Los Angeles have covered the Recall George Gascon campaign. This campaign has had a boost of support, and our Facebook group is made up of over 30,000 concerned Los Angeles County citizens, disillusioned Gascon voters, victims, and deputy district attorneys who are being negatively impacted by George Gascon's policies. He promised a softer and gentler criminal justice system that would reduce incarceration rates for minor offenders and place increased focus on mental health and addiction issues that plague our communities. But the moment he was sworn in as district attorney, George Gascon instituted a series of directives to the prosecutors in his command that have nothing to do with a progressive approach to prosecution and have everything to do with a radical agenda that ignores victims, disregards law, and endangers the lives and livelihoods of all Angelenos. The policies that Gascon has enacted are already proving to be shocking news to the voters of Los Angeles County. He didn't tell voters that a defendant's prior history have no impact on how a pending case against that defendant would be treated. He didn't tell voters that he would order his prosecutors to violate the law. He didn't tell voters that he would silence respected longtime prosecutors in his office under the threat of demotion or removal and would populate his executive staff with unqualified persons with little to no relevant experience. He didn't tell voters that he would order sex crimes prosecutors to extend 6-year plea deals on rape cases when that rapist had already been convicted and incarcerated for two prior rapes. He didn't tell voters that he would order his prosecutors not to file hate crime allegations when crimes were motivated by bias against protected groups. And he didn't tell voters he would extend the same offer to a cartel drug dealer pumping 200 kilos of cocaine into our streets that he would to a drug user selling 2 grams of cocaine to support his habit. Gascon did not disclose any of these things because if he had, Angelenos wouldn't have voted him into office. It is time to end the bait and switch, and it's time to remove George Gascon. We are committed to recalling George Gascon because he lied to the voters and implemented a series of irrational and dangerous policies. Please join our efforts to recall Gascon. Our website is recallgeorgegascon.com. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
So this is Amanda again. I might as well get my last call in. I was waiting for the ending public comment. There's not much I'm going to add to the agenda item just because I really do think both Pat and Gary did a really great job in explaining also thoughts that I agree with. So instead, I'm going to talk about what I had planned to talk about at the end. I really want to encourage locals that you can order to eat out. Our local steak place, the Pinnacle Peak, is really struggling right now. The owners are having to, sadly, as many business owners are contemplating right now, having to not only close their doors, but, losing everything in the process. So they have made a public request for support because with their business, a lot of their support was through eating in person. And when they had to shift over to takeout only, their business kind of petered out. So I know there's a Facebook group that was started by some locals here called Eat San Dimas. That's Eat San Dimas, that is really working hard to promote a lot of local businesses, especially the mom and pop shops that could really use our business. Whether you're not comfortable eating out, I know this Friday that opens back up to our knowledge. But if you could do takeout, that's definitely recommended. People are posting photos of the delicious food that they ordered at home, and they really wanted to help support businesses in that way. Not just Pinnacle Peak that, recently is really, really struggling and having to contemplate possibly closing their doors, but also other places such as Lucky Elephant. We have La Villa Kitchen. There's a ton of restaurants on there. People are posting their favorite food and everything. I highly encourage our community to come together. I know I myself am not eating out as much these days, but I do try to put in an effort to support a local shop whenever I am, as opposed to a larger chain or so on. They definitely need our help. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the week. Please stay safe and have a great week, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
2 more.
Okay.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you for my 5 minutes. If the council has their way, I guess this is the last 5 minutes at the end of the meeting. And I think the reason that it's gone long tonight is because you have so many people upset because they don't feel that you're hearing the citizens of the community. We called in, except for one person, and said we want to keep each other safe. We are concerned about the staff members, and we'd like to see the meetings go to Zoom because they're more efficient. We can hear you. We see our time better. And in the middle of a rise in COVID, we feel that it's the responsible thing to do. So what do? You go have a conversation about how you feel. That maybe people could come in and talk, and maybe 100 people could come in and talk, and maybe we like it better because it's more public, and we like it. No, you didn't hear the citizens when they called in. The citizens called in and said, we want our city safe, we want our council people safe, we want our staff at the city hall safe, and we want people to be responsible and do what most other cities are doing. We want people to utilize what we said was efficient and safe, and that's Zoom calling so that everyone can be safe. Not, I want to do this and he wants to do that and you want to do that, so let's do whatever we want to do. You're not listening. You're supposed to be listening to us. This is the city that we are active in and we care about. You are supposed to be listening to us. Mr. Mayor, you're not controlling the meeting. You're allowing Ryan to control the meeting. Then we always get a second, usually from Weber. We see how this works, but it's not efficient. It's not serving the community. We have so many issues right now, and they're not being addressed because we have one city council person trying to bring his personal agenda and trying to control everything. Now he's trying to control how often or how long or how many people can actually call in at the end of the meeting, so that it's very limiting. And we see this trend coming in so many other meetings. I'm very happy that Gary Enderle called in tonight and talked about our diversity issue. We've been talking about diversity for the last year, and nobody's hearing us. You know, Mr. Vienna was afraid to go out and talk to the diverse community when we all came to talk to him about the issues we were having. I'm very worried about some of his associations, especially after the issues at the Capitol a couple of weeks ago, because some of his open support has been for some of those organizations that were causing the issues in Washington a few weeks ago. So let's seriously look at what's going on here. We have control issues, we have organizational issues, we have members of the city council that were elected and not listening to the community. We have a city council person trying to insert himself in a position that's not his. And we also have invisible people he keeps talking about. Oh, these people talked to me. These people said this. These people said they wanted us to do this. Where are those people? We don't hear them calling in. It's just this created base that he has that seems to be running our city, but we never hear from them. So if they want to get involved, let them come forward like the other people that are calling in and saying, we'll stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning because we care about our city. We won't get any sleep, but we care about our city. That's how important it is. And by limiting people from calling in, it's not going to keep us from being active in the city. So we really need to revisit this. And again, we're beating a dead horse, something that's gone on for a really long time. These are very inefficient meetings, and please do not blame the community for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Still 2 more callers.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I feel you have stable transparency and transparency, borderline and probably illegally, the ability for the community members to participate on consent agenda items and agenda items. You've set us back 100 years. Let me give you an example. If you have 8 or 10 consent items, I only get a few seconds to talk about each item. That sounds unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Please state your name, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilor, City staff. Isabel Ebner again. First, I just wanted to say that I agree with most or everything that Mr. Jones said earlier. The one thing I'd like to add is that I believe that this action of limiting callers and members of the public to only 3 minutes at the very beginning of the meeting to address everything that might come up on the agenda and eliminating all the other public comment periods throughout the meeting just appears to be another attempt by a majority of this council to silence community members and limit civic engagement. I had a podcast episode about this that came out this week, just about promoting civic engagement and encouraging people to get involved in our community. And you can listen to that at isabelandsandimas.com/civic. Civic engagement is a lot of what makes this community great. Civic engagement is what brought forward the parking permit program that you reviewed and brought forth today. Civic engagement is a beautiful thing, and it's sad when our community feels like you don't want us to participate. And I hope that people don't feel discouraged and that they continue to participate in the small ways that you are giving us, because it's the only way we can. One other thing that I wanted to mention, I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the meeting, but I forgot, is that there's a community conversation with the sheriff coming up. It's on Tuesday, February 2nd from 2 to 4 p.m. It's going to be with Sheriff Alex Villanueva, San Dimas Station Acting Captain Waleed Ashrafnia, Mayor Pro Tem Dennis Bertone, and Councilmember John Ebner to discuss public safety concerns in the community. So if you have public safety concerns, if this is something that you care about, want to make sure that our sheriff and sheriff department are aware of them, please participate. You can submit your questions to sibept@lasd.org, and they will answer questions from the public at that meeting. Thank you. Have a great night, everyone.
No more callers? All right, I'll bring it back to the council. City manager report.
Thank you. I will limit my comments just to one topic. I want to thank Mr. Brad McKinney for, while being acting city manager and the sheriff wanting to proceed with making a decision on the captain selection, he was successful in getting them to delay that until the new city manager can take seat and be a part of the process. And so the sheriff's office invited a number of individuals to come together on a panel to interview candidates for the permanent captain position. That interview process happened yesterday. In that process, the sheriff's office selected the mayor and the city manager of San Dimas to be part of that process. He also selected a community member. I always have a hard time saying his last name. Larry Giannoni, Andrea Moreno from Supervisor Hilda Solis's office, Sandra Maravilla from Catherine Barger's office. That made up the panel for those interviews. We interviewed 5 individuals, and I was very impressed with the quality of those individuals. In fact, we made recommendations to the sheriff about that 3 of them were ready to go to be captains in different divisions because they were that good. We were honored that all 5 of us unanimously came to the same conclusion, that the top candidate and best fit for our community is a very young, dynamic, and good-looking young man who happens to be sitting in the back of the room right now. Our new captain here in the San Dimas station will be Waleed Ashrafnia, and otherwise known as Ash, who's currently serving as the acting captain and previously the operations lieutenant for the station. Has a high level of public engagement, which is what I saw immediately coming as a new city manager. That impressed me. His story impresses me. His story has a lot of similarities in my background, which is a lot of struggle. And I think he will do very well by our community. And I am very thankful to the sheriff for offering us this opportunity to be a part of that decision. So I'd like to honor Ash as being our new captain. So thank you, Ash, and we look forward to working with you. With that, I will return it back to the mayor.
City attorney.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Members of the council. Council members report any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency. Hearing none, City Council requests for future items and comments and updates. John?
Well, I certainly want to congratulate Ash for the choice of him for sheriff's captain. I was rooting for him all along, and I know he's going to be a great captain. So, Ash, I know you're there. Thanks very much for all you've done so far, and just the way you're approachable and everything like that, and care about the city. Looking forward to a great relationship with you. So thanks for helping take care of San Dimas for us. Two other quick things. One, everybody knows that the waste management pickup was modified slightly, and they're only picking up either recycling or green waste over the past 4 weeks. That thankfully today was the last day of that only picking up one or the other. So next week we're back to picking up everything, recycling, green waste, as well as trash going forward. So I know a lot of people anyway are happy to hear that. So I thought I'd mention that. And then lastly, just very briefly, I just want to thank everyone who has ever spoken at a city council meeting for any length of time, short or long. I appreciate your comments. I think your input is very valuable, and I look forward to hearing as much comment as you care to offer in the future. If not at a city council meeting, then just give me a call. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, John. Dennis?
First, I'd like to congratulate Ash for his promotion to being our city police chief, actually. He's the captain of the station. And people should know that he lives in San Dimas, which I think is a benefit to the community. So congratulations. I'm sure that you'll continue to do an excellent job. Second thing is the gold line. The gold line and trees. The people I've noticed at the gold line and taking care of the tracks, I've cut down a lot of trees. Those trees will be replaced, and the city will have the option of replacing them. Will be the responsibility of the city. Obviously, if they can't be replaced where there's a track, but they'll be replaced somewhere along the route. And third thing is that I want to congratulate the senior club who made the presentation at the beginning of the meeting. If I added correctly, they have contributed over $50,000 worth of funds to different community organizations. This is money they could have spent on themselves by having a lavish party or going away somewhere or doing something, but they contributed back to the city. And that's it.
Thank you, Dennis. Eric?
Congratulations, Ash. Very much looking forward to continuing to work with you and helping to make San Dimas safe. I'm really excited about it. I think you're a natural fit, and it's really a good thing for the city to have you here. So, and then touching on what John said, thanks to Waste Management for also considering the
Your mic.
Sorry, thanks to Waste Management for also considering a suggestion for a central cardboard recycling bin. I know I've got some cardboard and I'm going to make use of that. And obviously normal pickups are going to resume. So thank you to the citizens of San Dimas for their understanding about Waste Management's need for flexibility, and hopefully that pause in the slight service interruption helped Waste Management keep their employees healthy during the COVID surge, and that they're going to be back to normal operations and no more hiccups. But I appreciate the flexibility on everybody's part.
Thank you. Ryan?
First and foremost, I wanted to say thank you and echo Councilmember Bertone's comments to the senior citizen group. That's a lot of money raised and a lot of good around the community. I think that's fantastic. LT, congratulations, Capitan. Very excited for you. Very well earned. I think that it's an interesting time, but there's not too many stations that have benefited from someone that has been in the operations seat for a while that have succeeded into the captain position. I think that's a testament to the role you've played in that position. It's a good example, and you are here in the community, you are involved, And I think that's everything that the city and the sheriff are looking for. And so I'm very excited for you. And it's just one more piece in the puzzle of San Dimas into 2021 and beyond as we work to continue to improve and deliver for the citizens here. So congratulations. I'm very excited and look forward to your leadership here in my hometown. One thing I wanted to point out, and Eric kind of touched on it, Waste Management will resume regular weekly pickups of recyclables and green waste starting February 1st. So if you can, please leave your trash cans out till 6 p.m. To give it the best opportunity to ensure it gets picked up. I wanted to echo Council Member Ebner's comments that I do appreciate every person that has called into a City Council meeting, not just in the last 6 months, but since I've been coming to council meetings, sat there even before I was on a commission. You see people engage. Civic engagement was one of the tenets of my campaign, and one thing's for certain, during my term, civic engagement has gotten quite involved, be it whether it was during my initial couple years or beyond. So I applaud every person that continues to be engaged. And I would say to Miss Julie Salazar that there are 36,000 people approximately here in the city of San Dimas, and they're not reflected entirely by the people that call. And every single member of this body knows there are people that call them, that write them, that bump into them at the grocery store while you're out for a walk with your dog or while you're with your kid. There's a number of different ways that council members do their jobs as elected to represent the citizenry, not just the ones that elected them, but also the people that are just here in town that we all are supposed to represent. So as many of the people that I communicate with, when they do bump into me, call me, or whatever the case may be, they don't feel they need to call in because I'm doing my job and representing them and their views in this community. And so that's why we have elections and a representative democracy. It's pretty simple. And bottom line is, I've given my number out. You all have my email. And I've not heard from some of the people that repeatedly call in here and constantly make it a mission to make this about Ryan. So I hope in 2021 that we get past that. This is simple, as one of the callers stated. This body has to conduct the business of the people of this city, and we need to do so in an orderly fashion, be respectful of the body and the staff members and the community and the public even, who maybe have felt that they have not been allowed to engage because of a variety of reasons. And so everything from making the podium accessible to those who may be technologically challenged, so to speak, to emailing in or the like. I also invite anyone that is concerned regarding the decision regarding the oral comment period to go ahead and take a look at Azusa and take a look at Laverne and take a look at these other cities whose have different ways of accomplishing what this council discussed tonight. Not very many of them allow for comments on every single item for the reason that it really can cause the meetings to run late, and sometimes these comments can be heard at the beginning so that council can have those thoughts in their head when they hear the items. Last thing, I wanted to go ahead and thank the San Dimas Rotary Club, the Masonic Lodge, as well as DeMolay. On the 17th, as some of you know, I co-chaired a food drive with those organizations benefiting the Salvation Army in this area. And working together with some of the folks involved there, to include Raymond Foster from the Bonita Unified School Board, Greg Pilato, and Derek Bahamau. And the mayor came by and donated quite a bit of canned goods. Even our new captain came by and donated quite a few canned goods, non-perishables. and Amanda Lee and other members of the community did come by and donate goods as well, that I was there volunteering, and our new city manager was there volunteering as well that day. So bottom line is, it was great seeing everybody turn out. The outcome of that food drive was approximately 2 tons of food was delivered to the Salvation Army and delivered by ServPro. So that was a great thing. Thank you to every single person, volunteer, and community service organization that put that together, participated. We really did a good thing that day, and it's going to help a lot of people in need. So with that, I hope you all have a good week, and thank you for tuning in. There is a closed session following this. I will be recusing myself from that closed session as that has to deal with items which are within 500 feet of my place of residence. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations there, Captain Ash. I'll never be able to pronounce your last name, but whatever. I want to thank the sheriff for inviting me to sit in on that selection committee, but I do want to reiterate the fact that 5 of us sat down, representatives of both the supervisor districts, to District 1 and District 5, and we interviewed these 5 very well qualified people, and I'll tell you, I was very impressed with Captain Ash. He has our community at heart. He lives here with his family. He participates in the Little League. I think we got a great selection, but I must say, the committee that made the recommendation did not select him. They recommended to the sheriff that he be promoted. Okay? And it should be very clear, Sheriff Villanueva is a man who thinks for himself. And he took that recommendation and he acted on it. And I want to thank him personally because he had a little bit of respect for our common sense, and we chose the right guy. And once, like I said, congratulations, Ash. I look forward to continue working with you, and I look forward to many members of the community working with you. And I know that your staff, I've received several phone calls today from people within the department who said, hey, good selection, as well as other council people. So that's good. I too, as Ryan said, went to the Masonic Lodge, and I was very impressed with all the food that was being given and how many people from the community were coming by. With that all being said, there's a lot of things going on. I want to echo Amanda's comments that she made earlier about our restaurants. Our restaurants are getting ready to reopen. Hopefully by Friday, they'll be going as fast as they possibly can. Just remember, they're going to be stuck with being outside, and they're still going to have very much of problems because if we all remember, it's supposed to rain the next 3 to 5 days, and it's going to be very cold if you know what it is. So they're still only going to be able to function in the daytime, so takeout's probably a good thing to do. But I appreciate the fact that there are people who recognize that our restaurants need that support, and thank you. And that's basically all I have to say, except I want to take a moment. Prior to the meeting tonight, I was notified that this community has lost probably one of the figures that get us where we are today. I understand that Bob Poff passed away this last week. Bob was a city manager here for 25 years. Many people here believe that he is the guy who put us on the right path for being, revenue sound, good policies, and my wholehearted condolences to his family. Bob was that guy who was involved in the festival. There wasn't any part of this city that he wasn't involved in. And not only when he was the city manager, but all the time that he was, even after he was retired, he was very, very much involved in the festival and other groups within our community. So may Bob rest in peace, and I would like to close the meeting in his remembrance. Good night. We have a closed session conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D4, one case. Ryan, as he told you, has recused himself due to the fact of his location of his residence. Okay? We'll convene in 5 to 8 minutes. Thank you. Are we going to stay in here?
Good evening. City Council met in closed session tonight to discuss the one item on the agenda, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. The council discussed that item with staff, but no reportable action was taken. The meeting is now adjourned.